word of our community's acclaim spreads.
Hey there, Llamas. Mr. M is right by saying what happens in early stream hype stays in early stream hype. Exactly. If you want to become part of the pre-stream hype team, make sure that you join before I go live. There is there are already llamas waiting, and there might be a fun chat going on, so make sure that you visit Twitch. Alright, llamas, welcome to the Agoraphobic Megabase. Yet again, I know it's been a while. We've got a lot of stuff to catch up with, like 2 Factorio Friday Facts articles and 1 from this week. But before we do anything, let me say hello to everybody who arrived in the chat so far, and we got such an amazing group of llamas. We've got Mr. M, we've got Laser, and wait, because I have scrolled way too fast. Welcome Mr. M, Laser, Blady, Inter, Co, and Recluse, and everybody who might be lurking, everybody else who might see this video when it gets highlighted, no matter if it's Twitch or YouTube, because I'm multi-streaming this. The video from this stream should be available on both platforms, although sometimes I forget to highlight the streams on Twitch. I need to do that manually, and recently I have lost another highlight, so so make sure that you check playlist on YouTube after it's live. It's probably the best choice. How have you been, llamas? I hope that everybody's doing well, that you already launched your party hype, that you're starting your weekend in good moods, also with a good health, and that we will have some fun together today. So what's the plan? First, I want to show you a tiny mod that I got from one of our llama friends. And if you haven't seen it yet, well, I still consider this playthrough vanilla, because this is only a chest. It doesn't have any significant properties. It's just like a steel chest, but it looks like a llama statue. So yeah, this is the rest of my body as depicted by Iwari. They have made this lovely custom chest for me, and you can't get it anywhere. I just got it as a little mod sent to me via DM. That's it, you can't find it on Factorio Mods officially. They took my head and added the body. I would like to mention, I would like to just show you the feet. Those boots are incredibly cute, also the little tail. That's me. That's my full llama body when I'm not wearing human puppet suit. I would like to thank Iwari once again for this lovely, cute, incredibly thoughtful gift that I enjoy a lot. But still, because it's a chest, just a chest, then I am not planning to change anything and say that it's not Vanilla Run, because it technically is Vanilla Run with one custom chest. So let's allow this to stay as vanilla. Also, I didn't have the chance, because we still had a countdown, I was AFK, I didn't have the chance to thank Inter for the raid. Inter already got a shout out, but I believe that he needs a shout out again. So let's have another shout out to Inter, who was playing Minecraft today. And I think that this is your new experience, am I right, Inter? I have been lurking, but without sound today. Thank you so much for raiding. Thank you for bringing your community in here. If there is somebody who doesn't know me, my name is Zorin. I am a talking llama, a variety streamer. I like to play Factorio, but generally I play survival strategy games. There are no mods, only llamas. We saw nothing. Yeah, there should be only llamas web page with, guess what, only llamas, right? Let me catch up with the chat if I've got something to read. Thank you for throwing salt. That's really important. Doing alright. Sorry to hear you had trouble with Frostpunk 2 yesterday. Yes, I did have a bit of trouble. So the only stream that is turned on, like that is available, at least on YouTube, is this little fragment from Darkest Dungeon 2 where I failed miserably because there was full hate on each other, and this party just couldn't kill the Exemplar, and I was supposed to switch to Frostpunk 2, but then apparently I need to switch the branch from experimental branch to the main one, I guess. I got really upset that I still had this issue that freezes my PC, but maybe this is what I should actually expect from Frostpunk 2, that it's gonna freeze my PC. Yes, Blady, I have seen that. Happy lurking. This is an amazing stream streak. Blady has been visiting my stream, my channel on Twitch for 95 times in a row. This is awesome. Blady, I have no idea how have you managed to do that with all of those spontaneous streams 2 weeks ago and with all of the announcements, but man, thank you so much for your support. Let me hug you. Also, I have seen in the chat that you really enjoy that little mod from Iwari. I am really happy about that too, because I think that Iwari deserves a lot of how to say that, a lot of love and recognition for this. Also, there is this this little description that makes me that is really nice. A memorial to the awesome, marvelous Loreen Llama. I definitely didn't pay them to say such a thing, to add it, but it might sound like this. Damn. Alright, let's try to stick to Factorio. How is the factory going? The production, electricity production is awful. I believe that I have turned a lot of stuff off, and 647 megawatts is much less than expected. And why did I get 10k electronic circuits achievement? Wait a minute. What happened to my achievements? Is it because I kinda modded my playthrough? Maybe that's why. Hard to tell. Yep, the game is modded. Achievements are separate from the vanilla version of the game. It's heavily modded because of that llama statue. Back, you had a question about my stream? Yes, Inter. I was about to ask if you are new to Minecraft, because I haven't seen you playing Minecraft before, and I have seen that you have this like a pen with many ducks, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm wondering if you're going to imprison the llamas. Asking for a friend. Should I stay away when you stream Minecraft, so you're not going to put me in a pen? New? No, but it has been ages. Alright, that's fair. I just don't think I have seen you playing Minecraft before. But guys, Inter is a trusted streamer, so make sure to visit them. Llamas, what's the plan? We need to, in Factorio, I need to make the general electricity situation to work again, and we've got enough of fuel, but something is going on with the general production that I am not aware of. And also, it's all about the trains and simplifying this spaghetti that doesn't look like the absolutely the worst spaghetti ever. It's been worse than that. Also, I am going to stick to that little abomination out there. Look at that. This is so sweet. I am waiting for it to break. I need to add more trains. And for now, it's just not working. Oh, Recluse, yes, thank you for the reminder that I need to adjust the channel points. Every time during the week when I switch the game, I need to switch quite a few things and sometimes I forget about it. So now you will have to refresh the page to get Let There Be Light, and your name in my game channel point reward for Factorio. All the other name in the game rewards are hidden from now on. Thanks for the reminder. Thank you, Recluse. The more ideas I get, the more stuff I need to change before the stream. and I tend to forget about that. I am trying to work on making notes so I can remember stuff, especially because I have some memory issues from time to time that I don't want to discuss further. And I think that it's worth it to take a little bit more of the notes in this case. Yeah. Alright, as you can tell, I have been working a little bit on this setup for beacons smelting, although we cannot do any beacon smelting yet.
3/4 of the way to 100. Laughing face, hey llama mama and chat.
Oh my god, because 75 months! Thank you so much for your support. Let's have some hype in the chat, llamas. No matter if it's Twitch or YouTube, throw some hype emotes, some hearts, some stars, whatever you feel is good to celebrate Mega's support and JD modes for the next month. Thank you so much for hanging out with us for so long. Not only as a sub, but also as a follower, as a mod. I hope that you're having a good day today. Thank you. That's all I can say. I never know what to say when somebody is subbing. It's been almost 7 years. It will be 7 years in December this year, where I got my affiliate status. And trust me, llamas, I still have no idea how to respond, how to show that I am grateful for your support, as in subs, but also in your presence. So I hope that you trust me that I am extremely grateful, and thank you so much, whoever is hanging out, no matter how much of the time it has passed, no matter if you had some breaks from visiting my stream or not. I just appreciate that every time when you show up, guys. Mika says, yeah, had an okay day, bit tired, so considering a nap before going to the bar. Yeah. But this time going to the bar as in just having good time, not as an additional workplace this time, right? Ooh, llamas, wait, what have I copied? Well, this should be the same setup. Let's get back there. By the way, you can see that I still have this lovely team of Spider-Trons. This is my Spider-Tron army on a budget. They are supposed to protect me from all of the biters that I might meet along the way. And also they are supposed to carry all of the junk that I came up with as an idea to keep at this point in time. And there is a huge mess there. Maybe one day, maybe I will just try to put my time into reorganizing this, but today is not the day. Today is the day of working on smelting. I am providing enough of the material. I mean, ore. So if I got enough of the ore, now it's time to do something about it. Oh, see, I told you that I've got a lot of mess. Yeah. And I think I was supposed to use the efficiency modules somewhere. And for now, because we've got electricity related issues, this factory is not at the peak of its production, if I can call it this way. Those of electric furnaces that don't have... Have I dropped it, by the way? I think I dropped it. Oh no. Oh no, I replaced this and I think I dropped it. Oh my god, okay. Yeah, I could have dropped it. Never mind. That was all planned. I will try to squeeze in some efficiency modules to save up on the energy usage because it doesn't look good. I don't know if that was the plan in the very beginning. It's just something I do right now because I know that I will have yet another energy crisis. Oh, you don't hear any music? Wait a minute. Maybe I should make it slightly louder? It should be very subtle. But if you want to listen to a little bit more of the music, yeah, let's go for it. I hope that the levels are okay this time, but let me know. I don't mind mentioning that. It's for our general weekend hype experience. But seriously, it's very nice that you mention about the levels. If there is a streamer who tells you that they don't need any advice on levels, it's not true. It's not true. There are many streamers that will say, thank you for your feedback. Alright, there is something I need to address. Reckless says, you're legitimately one of the kindest and most wholesome streamers I've ever followed. You fostered a lovely community and that stems from the vibes you provide. It's very kind of you to say such things, and I believe that I mentioned that at the very, very beginning of my streaming experience, and I still tend to mention that. It's really difficult for me to accept the compliments, so I am really grateful. I am truly grateful, although I know that I can be a nasty llama. It's just not that somebody got on my nerves for a long time. Like, I didn't have this kind of issues for a long time, and that's why I wasn't a nasty llama. Yep, this time Laser really wanted for this kiss to be audible. He kissed my my head. I don't know if you could hear that or not, but he did that on purpose, as Laser would do things on purpose. So I hope that you don't feel offended in any way that I say such things. I don't consider myself a very kind type of llama. I don't know if I should say person or a llama. But there are definitely things that I have worked on in the recent years, but also I know that it's just a matter of the right trigger to make me snap just like every other person in the world. And by saying snap, I just mean being a mean person. No one has pissed me off in a while. Hey. Forget that I said that, because somebody will make it a mission to make me angry, and that's Laser's role. Ouch. He's gonna hate me for this. Sorry. So yeah, there have been a few situations that I really regret. Oh, it's time to be honest. Why not? There are a few situations in which I really regret that the conversations I had with some people, that I handled it badly in the past regarding streaming experience, engaging in conversations with other people. So I've made many mistakes regarding this. And the only thing I can do is to regret it, to say that I am sorry if I will ever stumble upon those people again on the internet. And to hope that I am not going to make the same mistake again. Yes, I will now make it go for the week. Laser, you don't have to try. You already pissed me off. Thank you. Laser is amazing. He can do that in like 5 seconds. Thank you, Laser. But it's the exception in this case. Okay, let's try to rebuild this smelting into this smelting, and I will try to completely ignore what Laser said, so I'm not getting pissed again. I mean, it's still the relationship is still on developing stage. As all of the relationships, there is no end to that. Useless Pony, hello. Reckless says, I just wanted to compliment your great community. Sorry, I tend to do stuff like that. I mean, of course, do that, but you need to mention all of the llamas right now. And you should say this to Useless Pony, to Inter, to Laser, to Migath and Blady and Co and everybody else, because it's them who are so kind to stay on my channel, to visit me on regular basis, to get into conversations, and I am just idling in Factorio in the meantime. Idling is way too accurate in this case. Yeah, llamas, you rock. You definitely rock. I agree 100%. And Reckless, you're one of the llamas, so you rock too. You are breathtaking. Wait, we're allowed to leave? No, Inter, you're not allowed to leave. Unless you don't want to be my mod anymore. But you don't have much to do as mods here, so I guess it's chill, isn't it? And forgive me, guys, that I am going to hit E all the time. Somehow, I got it from Rimworld and it stayed this way. I don't know why. My consciousness is not getting any suggestions that it should be R for rotate, my brain doesn't care. It's like it goes very squishy when I try to explain it to my brain. Most thing I need to do is banning or reporting bots. Yeah, but you know, mostly what you need to do is to chill a little bit with us. I think that this is very, very important role, if you ask me. Oh my lord. No, 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 don't bring that stuff. Okay. I need to replace the existing solution that I have that is making the steel plates into the soon-to-be beacon stuff. Soon-to-be because I don't produce enough of the electricity. So guys, I hope that you don't want to leave anytime soon, because why should you? There could be a reason. Could be. Let's say you want to become a human and you can't have llama acquaintances anymore. I would understand that. Yeah, the human world can be cruel at times. Oh, Mr. M got a hug. Wait, oh, Recluse, you got a hug as well, yeah. The human race is overrated. Inter, I'd say that's a brave statement, and I hope it's not going to evolve into something that shouldn't ever happen. Okay, we're going to have an absolutely awful experience for now with the splitters, but it's here for a reason. I just want to add steel plates in here. And now we're switching the source, which in this case is taking each lane and plugging it into this solution. In the future, I am going to put the beacons here, and I already have it sorted out. What I have to wait for is, as you might expect, the underground belts. It's a constant lack of the underground belts, the blue ones. That's why I didn't really see a purpose in switching from the yellow ones to blue ones. From yellow ones to red ones. We just switched directly from yellow to blue, and still it's a lot of stuff to do. Oh, Kanuki, hi! Yeah, no politics allowed, exactly. And I believe that there is a game that is called Kill Humans or something like that, but no, we are very merciful llamas, we are very kind llamas, and we wouldn't do stuff like this like ever. So Kanuki, hold your hooves. And also, speaking of the games, I wanted to mention something. I think I might have interesting game to stream on Halloween, like in Halloween season. Nothing extremely scary, but something that would keep us alert at all times. I think this is how I can describe it. So no Darkwood screams, no Little Nightmares screams or anything like that, but I might be planning something. It depends on my health situation, because I don't feel well for the past a week and a half at least. Getting closer to 2 weeks actually. So I don't want to make promises. Sometimes it's very spontaneous, just like with Frostpunk 2, but I can't do that every time. And I wish I could. Because Frostpunk 2 playthrough was extremely fun, despite the fact that there have been some technical issues again. Okay, let me say this. Let me say this on stream. That's why I don't play games on release. I can taste the salt in my mouth already when I say this. Any game can be scary if played in the right environment, yes. But also, I'm not sure if you have the same idea. The best games, in my opinion, are the ones that are not made of jump scares, but make you uncertain of things, that make you very unsure on what to do, what's the secret of this game, that lets you see things that you feel uncomfortable with, but also makes you hear the sounds that you're uncomfortable with, and then you keep wondering, should I really play this game in the first place? So yeah, psychological horrors, yes, all the way. Not necessarily visual horrors. So I hope that I have found one. I mean, I have found few of them, but with my speed of game announcements and actual playthroughs, I don't want to mention when it's gonna happen. Yeah, remember that I am still planning to play Mind Scanners? Yes, that's what I am talking about. Also, Mind Scanners still fall into this category, in my opinion. It's like a very dark, dystopian future that lets you read people's minds and affect them in good or bad way, or maybe there is no good or bad way. That's the thing. But currently I can't really squeeze much into my schedule yet. I know that there is going to be Factorio DLC, and I would love to stream it on release. I hope that it's not going to bring a lot of issues. Just like some game that I really love, but makes me extremely salty. So I might be planning to give up a little bit on Darkest Dungeon 2, switch it to Frostpunk 2, and squeeze in the Factorio DLC. Although, I am just wondering, and this is a question to you guys, if you would like to respond, if you would like to share some idea regarding this. What do you think? How many days I could possibly contribute to stream? Because if it's too often, then, well, I don't have time to physically rest at times. And also it's the matter of private stuff, private matters going on. And too often might mean that you might not have enough of the time either. Full-time Factorio 2.0. Oh man, no, I can't. But you can. Are you going back to Factorio Inter when it's released, when the DLC is released? I have briefly checked the last FFFs that I'm going to read today, and oh man, it's worth it. It's definitely worth it, but can I contribute so much time into Factorio? So I feel bad that I won't be able to conquer my favorite planet anytime soon because of all of the spoilage and all of the fights and everything. Alright guys, so Inter is ready to stream Factorio every day again when the DLC is released, so make sure that you visit Inter when it's gonna happen. Oh no, I will have to introduce even more spaghetti. But that's fine. Just need to check. Oh yeah, sure. We're out of logistic network. 40 hours a week, if not more, into Factorio, right? Inter can definitely do that. Well, I will have to check if there are any materials that I could possibly borrow. Also, there are all of those lovely Spidertrons that have some of your names. And I am hoping that I have put some junk in there that will be useful this time. Not this time. Not this time. 16 days, but I am not counting. 16 days of playing Factorio in a row, that's your plan? Oh, by the way, speaking of Factorio Friday Facts and the DLC that is about to be released soon, in about 15 minutes I am going to read the Factorio Friday Facts, starting with the one that was released like 2 to 3 weeks ago, and then to read the one from previous week, and then I will read the one from this week for the reading practice and to just catch up. I was really hoping that I am going to reorganize things. Forget it. Forget it. Would be fun if we could play together as the group of Llamas and have one playthrough of the DLC. Although I know that some of you have never played Factorio, and that's okay. Maybe you're not planning to. Maybe we met each other while I was streaming some other game, and that's fine. But also, I don't have experience with handling the online server that would probably have to work 24 hours. Probably. And with the amount of changes that I tend to make, I wouldn't like to announce it first and then cancel it. But I think of many things at the same time. Spamalot, hello, sir! It's a llama. Wait, I will show you the llama. I will show you my feet. And now, boom. I am getting banned on all of the platforms possible. Here is my body. Yep. I've got this lovely, tiny steel chest from one of the llamas. And that's pretty much the statue of me. Yeah, these are the feet. Look at those cute white boots. Love them. Yeah. It's extremely cute. It was a tiny gift that made my day back then. I guess that's the only legal way to show feet on stream. Let's not get into that topic. Forget it. Hello, a furry son, and happy weekend. If you're celebrating llamas, I hope you do. Cute llama feed. Oh yeah. Can we finally switch? Wait, I need to check something. Can we finally switch to this setup? Do I have all of the belts plugged in? It should have. I should have. Let's try to run it by disconnecting the parts that were feeding the previous machines, the previous furnaces. I am going to just change it to this. The new setup that will be beacon soon. I got enough of the space for that already. But in this case, I am not going to do anything until we run out of supplies here. And also there are many yellow belts that I would just get rid of. So that's cool. And yes, there is even more to upgrade. But as you might imagine, there is so much that I should fix, replace, upgrade, that all I can do is to just do one little thing at a time. And Harkovs is here as well. Hello, Harkovs. Llamas or ungulates? They are. Yeah, I mean, I tend to call these hooves, and it's the same case like in the Haybrick case. So yeah, I know that the llamas have fingers, legit fingers in real life, but I decided to just call it hooves because it's easier to remember. Just like with haybricks. Nobody calls this haybricks, right? Hey Kenny, happy weekend. Have you hacked bells yesterday? That's the question of the day to Kenny. You better hack her, bro. Bells, if you haven't been hacked, blink twice. I did, and this morning before she went to work. Okay, you're safe, Kenny. You are safe. Then I went to get her car out of the shop. Something happened? Was that just regular check on the car, or did something happen? Look, we're saving up on space so much. Yeah. I dislike using so many spider thrones at the same time, but at least there is something... Now there is something colorful going on, so I will keep that. And also I need to keep all of my junk on all of these spider thrones. At least we're going to use it up faster, right? I guess so. What am I missing? Maybe some belts. Maybe that's what I'm missing. It's possible. Or inserters. I can't see the difference between ghosts. I mean the blueprint and the real stuff. No electricity. Oh, Llama. Oh, Llama. You silly thing. How could you forget about such important stuff? No, it's just a day. Someone scuffed her fender in a parking garage. No big deal. What is Bender, which part of the car is it? Explain it to me like I'm 5. Also, Dark Switch, thank you so much for telling me that it's the power source. Good to see you today. Hope that you're having a nice weekend. I am trying to replace the existing furnace solution that is making steel plates to turn it into the beaconed one. But because of some electricity issues, I cannot really put beacons here, but I already have a blueprint that would fit the blueprint that would replace the existing blueprint that I have put in here with beacons around. But I've got a bit of electricity crisis. I mean, it's not a big deal. It has happened so many times already. The outside part over the tire. I think I know which one. Okay. The part that is supposed to kind of cover the tire. Is that the part that we talk about? I just don't want to Google it, but I am curious to make sure that I learn another word in English. Harkov says, oh, I'm excited for the Factorio DLC, especially because I will have some time right away to play it. Okay, Harkov, see you in 2 months from now. Okay, 3 months, not from now, not yet. It's not the release day. The release day should be in about 3 weeks, isn't it? Or 2 weeks? 3 weeks, something like that. Actually, I remember that there was this Llama that has followed, who found me on YouTube and was considering playing Factorio. They considered if they should buy Factorio in the first place. They visited, we had some conversation, they bought Factorio, and I haven't heard from them yet, so probably they are having a very, very good time with the game. I hope that they are already going to launch the rocket before the DLC is released, so they can catch up with the DLC as soon as it's released. Yes, Dark Switch, there is going to be Factorio DLC, yep, and I'm going to read 3 articles today in about 2 minutes actually, with all of the updates, so you might consider this a spoiler, although I think that it's worth checking it out, mentioning it, because there are new enemies, there are going to be new planets. It's like, at least in my opinion, it's going to be something like space exploration, but on steroids. I don't know, I don't play Factorio, I only played the demo. Oh, that's fair. If you got any questions regarding Factorio, then feel free to ask. I will try to respond to the best of my abilities. I stream different games, so maybe that's why I got recommended to you, or maybe we met before when I was streaming some other game. Factorio is a really good game with incredible replayability value, with an awesome set of mods, with very strong community. I hope that you enjoyed the demo so far. Alright guys, at least this time I am not getting that anxiety as usual. Why am I doing this? Why am I reconnecting things so slowly to avoid getting unnecessary stuff in my inventory? That's it. I really hope I will be able to put beacons here soon, but for now, we should have about at least 750 megawatts of the electricity production. And something went wrong. Something went terribly wrong. I believe that I have cut out a big part of this base at some point. I'm sure that rocket silo is disconnected. Yes, we have launched 190 rockets so far. But I know that I disconnected many things that I don't need. Or maybe I switched oils? Something like that. Something like that. I am... Every time when I haven't played Factorio for like a week or two, then I need to remind myself, what was I supposed to do? Is there anything on the to-do list that I mentioned? Railway crossing? Yes, I am still thinking about that. Land filling the southern part. It's not necessary yet. We've got most of the ore stations that I wanted to set up. Yes. We've got more oil from now on because of that awesome oil yield over 10k. And I wanted to simplify those train tracks, but for now it looks so much better than before anyway. Well, we're getting fuel. What's wrong? Okay, probably we're not using up more electricity and that's why it's not being produced. By the way, I'm not going nuclear. I'm going to stay with steam engines. I'm not going with solar panels. Hey, the ranged. Good to see you. Every time when I say hello to you, the ranged, I think about that article that I was supposed to write, and I'm like, yep. I just can't do it. How have you been lately, the ranged? Oh yeah, Factory Friday facts. Yes, we are about to read this and... Wait a second, can I make... Let's make some quick deconstruction planner. That will... Okay, I think that it's fine. I hope that the levels are okay, like music levels. And in the meantime, I think I got wrong deconstruction planner, but that's okay. I want to get rid of all of the belts and maybe underground belts and inserters of some sorts and whatever splitters I might have. I skipped red belts on purpose. In this case, I want to leave only electric pole situation, and now for the furnaces, I hope that my bots are going to deal with it while I'm going to read Factory Friday facts. At least that's the plan. Right? Oh no, I will end up with many things in my inventory. Okay, fine. Now let's switch to Factory Friday facts and let me... Oh no, inventory is full. Well, why am I not surprised? Oh, getting awful stuff in my inventory again. Oh no. I just wanted to keep my bots busy. And they keep me busy. That's not fun. Okay, maybe not the bots. Some other stuff. Yeah. Yep. And they cleaned up everything. And I planned to throw some Factory Friday facts. Alright. Let me move things around. Because I've got few things on this window. Let me catch up with chat on both Twitch and YouTube, and then we will get to read. I need to do a wellness check on them, on the car, I believe. But they also say fender bender when it's bumped. Also, this is where it comes from. Thank you for the explanation. A fairy son says, I know I got recommended The Great Oppressor because I love oppression. Oh, just you wait for Frostpunk 2. Oh man. I am good, been on a vacation for 2 weeks. Wow, deranged. Are you back? I hope that you had a safe travel in the first place and that you had a lot of good time. Good for you, man. I know I would get Factorio, but can't yet. The game for me is $35. Dark Switch, unfortunately, the DLC is going to cost approximately the same, and they never do any sales. So, if you can afford it at some point, then don't wait for sale, because there is not going to be any sale. Also, I hope that it's not going to be a spoiler to you, but just saying, if there is anybody who would like to avoid seeing any enemies from the DLC, from the new planets, then you might want to wait until, I don't know, probably I'm going to wait for an hour because we got 3 articles. So it would be the best to come back in about an hour, so you're not getting spoilers. I didn't go far. I had a staycation in London and it was very good. Hey, sometimes deranged. Sometimes you just don't have to go far in order to have fun. So, whatever your plan was, even if it wasn't supposed to be far away, it's great that you had some free time. And I'm happy for you. You should add batteries so you have a lot of backup power. I could possibly, but I am suffering from a very huge underproduction right now. Alright, Llamas, let's try to read Factory Friday facts number 429, and this is from like 2 to 3 weeks ago. And then I will catch up with the last week's Friday facts and this week's Friday facts. And this is something, when I have seen it, it was like, wow, I'm getting Dune vibes from this. Let's get to Friday facts number 429. Volcanoes Demolisher Enemies. Hello, welcome back to Volcanoes. It's been a while. You place your new prototype big mining drills, the pinnacle of resource extraction technology, on the closest tungsten deposit to your fledgling Volcanoes factory. A few power poles later, and they are happily mining away, providing a new consistent source of valuable tungsten. A rail ramp and station just about fit in the area too, but without any rail supports in your inventory, that line isn't going anywhere soon. Transport belt will have to do for now. As you're returning to the main factory, placing transport belt to connect this new resource to your base, you feel a trembling from the ground. Big mining drills make a lot of vibrations, but this is on a whole other level. Something else must be going on. You head back towards the mining site. Across a river of lava, you see a truly gargantuan creature snake its way around the volcano. This formidable beast most closely resembles a centipede or millipede, but is larger than a train. As it moves forwards, the ground at its base is broken apart, leaving a trail of torn-up rock and patchy lava. Trees, rocks, even cliffs are torn apart by its passage. Ash is flung into the air, making an abrasive cloud that blankets its body and lingers long after it has moved on. The creature roars and speeds up. As it does so, it starts shaking the ground harder. Rhythmic vibrations agitate a wide area around it, kicking up a huge cloud of ash and destabilizing the terrain. I don't necessarily want to play original music. Or maybe I should do that. Oh, yeah. Bye-bye, factory. Seriously, who is not getting Dune vibes from this? Alright, wait, let me stop the music. I need to hear that. I need to hear everything crash and burn. Yep, that's definitely a train that Inter would ride. Oh, yay. I thought that the Volcanus is going to be the most boring planet ever. What kind of enemy you could possibly get on the planet that is literally burning? You can't really get anything, and then here we go. Also, we're getting Dune vibes, very good. I enjoyed that a lot. Although, how are we going to get rid of this? Because that was a full destruction situation. We will get some more music. But I will try to switch in between the music that I play and the music that was put in the videos. The creature cruises over the lava river and demolishes your machines without even slowing. Your precious new mining drills that seemed so large and powerful just moments ago look like punny toys in the face of such an unfathomable beast. The Demolisher continues its path of destruction down the line of transport belt toward your base, but before getting there, it slows to a crawl and turns back into the volcanic wastelands. This attack won't go unanswered. It's time for a fight. You pursue the Demolisher, an easy task given its thick glowing trail. Lava on either side of you forces you to cross through the trail to pursue the creature. The torn-up terrain is hot, but there are enough cool rock sections to step across it. As you do, the lingering ash cloud around it obscures your vision, and the abrasive particles interfere with your exoskeleton equipment. You catch sight of the body again, this time up close. The thickly armored plates of each segment seems to give it a good protection from heat and probably many of your weapons. It hasn't reacted to you. Yet. Perhaps it has not seen you. Or perhaps it does not care. You move towards the Demolisher's head and it still ignores you. The face appears to be a clear, weak spot. It has no eyes and the skin still seems adapted for the heat, but the armor is much thinner around the jaws. Bracing yourself for a reaction, you shine your lasers at its face, but nothing. It continues to patrol some path as though you were nothing but a speck of dust on the wind. A rocket to the face would surely provoke it. But before testing that theory, you place a line of landmines to secure your retreat. There's an immediate reaction from the creature. It speeds up and turns towards you. Once again, rhythmic vibrations shake the terrain and generate a steadily expanding cloud of ash. The cloud quickly encompasses you. Obscured vision and snagged exoskeleton joints will limit your speed. You fire your submachine gun at the creature. Your piercing rounds cut into the demolisher and do some damage, but by the time you reload a new magazine, all the damage you dealt has healed back. You try again, for a few moments inflicting some damage, but again it seems to heal faster than you can deal damage. Vibrations coming from the creature seem to focus and amplify around you, establishing the ground even more. The crust is thin at the best of times, and it isn't helping. A fissure starts to open up under your feet. You manage to dodge to the side as a volcanic eruption explodes in the area you stood a moment ago. Rock, fragments, lava and hot gases shred the area. You avoided the main blast, but just being close to the edge was enough to weaken your shields. If you have any shields, of course. So that's not me. They see me crawling, they hating. Oh yeah. I guess this is my favorite enemy so far. Oh no, you wasted all of those mines. What happened? Now you need to run. You were supposed to consider rockets as a theory, not to use them. Okay, I need to admit this feels a bit overwhelming, if you ask me. Like, is there anything that can kill it? Also, we don't see how much of the HP this thing has got left, and also it tends to kill itself. Ooh. Why no nuke? Maybe the technology is not available yet? I would assume that probably the nukes are not available on this planet. There is going to be much more dependencies between the planets, and I don't know which one you're supposed to visit first, but depending on the research that you're going to do on different planets using the different resources on those planets, you might not be able to research nukes yet. I don't know. I am just throwing some theories here and there. I would expect that there was no technology available yet for some reason. Also, I don't know if you have noticed, but this is not the first post like that. But I really enjoy story mode that you can see later as a video. That's something that I really missed in Factorio originally when I was getting into the game. There were different reasons for me to start playing Factorio, But these were the reasons that couldn't make me stick to Factorio too much. I am much more invested in RimWorld, for example, than in Factorio. And now having some pieces of story, even if it's survival story, it's something more than just building a factory and fighting some biters, okay, but nothing is changing. And in this case, with more monsters, unpredictable monsters, with much bigger possibilities to destroy your base, with all of those ways you need to work on different planets to develop new technologies. This is something that I would look for in this game when I started playing it. And now my dreams come true. All I need right now is the swamp that wants to kill you, to get a little bit of Darkwood vibes. And I guess that would be all of the stuff that I need in Factorio. Okay, let's keep on reading. There might be much more of the cool stuff going on here. New fissures start to open up around you. They are easier to dodge now that you know to look for the fissure signs in the ground. Standing far enough from the eruption is completely safe, but you will need to stay on your toes. The Demolisher plows through the line of landmines and does not slow as it does so. They do more significant damage, but to your horror, the damage is gone in seconds. That was your escape plan. It's time to get moving. You try some more weapons as you move away, even throwing a few spare defender capsules into the mix. They are all somewhat effective, but the damage doesn't stick. You'll need to deal damage much faster, but you weren't prepared for that. While distracted, you fail to dodge a new volcanic eruption. The fissure erupts directly beneath, shattering your shield and blanketing you in fire. The power armor stops you from getting too singed, but another hit like that would be certain death. For now, this is not a fight you can win. You switch all your focus to dodging the eruptions and moving away. A few seconds after you stop firing, the Demolisher slows down and turns back. That's 2 wins for the Demolisher, but you will live another day. A segmented enemy. The Demolisher is largely defined by our wish to have a very large enemy in the game. As explained in the Gleba enemies post, the larger a creature is, the more problematic it is for sprite sheets. For a conventional enemy, it's width times height times directions times animation frames. Width and height are automatically larger, and generally a larger creature needs more directions and animation frames to look good, so conventional enemies don't scale well. We had then identified early on that a segmented enemy as one of the ways that we could have a large enemy, because in theory we'd only need one animation frame. It would need more directions than normal to have smooth movement, but that's the same as a train. In the earliest, most basic, text-only, draft of enemy types, we only had the basic category of animation, method, or movement. I won't list all the types we were considering, but it included leggy enemy and segmented enemy. We didn't know which type would go where, though, and actually this destroyer, Demolisher. This Demolisher is actually sliding in the way, crawling. So it crawled into their minds, I would say. For while this segmented enemy was going to go on Fulgora. This was because we knew the Fulgora landscape would have islands, so it made sense for a segmented enemy to be able to cruise the spaces between islands and give it an unbroken range. This would be another reason not to build in the quicksand. One of the problems with this is the Dune franchise. What? We ended up in the segmented enemy on sand direction by following the natural progression of constraints, but most people wouldn't see that and assume it's based on Dune anyway. Also, it doesn't have that unique and exciting feeling if it's too close to something you've seen before, so we decided to move segmented enemies anywhere else. Oh no, they are right. They are so right about this. The first thing I thought when I have seen this enemy was, oh yeah, I'm getting Dune vibes from this. It's just no sand around. Somewhat, I feel like a regular player that could disappoint the developers with the same way of thinking. Oh yeah, there is like a huge monster that looks like a worm. Okay, it's Dune reference. Damn. I guess that I should be a little bit more open-minded or something like that, cause I feel like it might hurt the game in a way if it's perceived like, oh, there is a Dune reference. You know what I mean? And now I feel bad about it, seriously. I'm sure that nobody would mind that they have kinda used similar idea because the sand and the worms, it feels very natural. But yeah, if somebody is not familiar with Factorio, and then let's assume they have bought Factorio and the DLC at the same time, they are not familiar with it, they might consider it to be somewhat Dune inspired when it's not true at all. I mean, that was a good decision, and also removing Demolisher from the DLC, that would be very, very sad because we need something big, overwhelming that is about to destroy your base without being able to stop it. And we got it, even if it's like a giant monster that resembles something that we have seen before. At least it's located on the planet that shouldn't give us like 100% Dune vibes, but still I can definitely see it as a regular player, casual player. And maybe I should just think about it as the, you know, as the original idea. Yeah, that's difficult. Let's get to prototyping. After I'd finished the main prototype for Space Age, I shifted my focus to enemies. I made a new branch of the game just for prototyping enemies, never to be merged into the main game, just to prove out concepts and get something tangible for further discussions. An enemy sandpit. Lucky enemies went to Gleba. We didn't know if we wanted it to be more of a stomper or a strafer, so I added both options, expecting one to be chosen. In the end, both survived the cuts, and we even got the little wrigglers too. The freezing planet had flying enemies, and among them were the jelly-like enemy from Factory Friday Facts 367. However, since then, these enemies have been dropped from the game. The last planet has a delicate mix of challenges, and although we found a way to add enemies to the mix in an interesting way, it would make progression much slower. It might be better as a mod. The segmented enemy went to the volcanic planet. We didn't know exactly what it would do, so it was provisionally called things like Forge Worm, Magma Worm, and Lava Slag. The implementation for this in the prototype was basically a conga line of tanks. Tanks! With some clever code to make them follow the leader while adding some sinusoidal movement. The leader in this case was a unit, basically a giant biter, because that already has the necessary attack logic. Oh, this is so cool. Thank you for showing this. I almost lost my train of thoughts. I mean, yeah, it's a matter of perspective, right? It can act it can act like tanks with a biter in the front. All you need to do is to change the way it looks, right? Oh, so cool. It made my day. It looks kind of cute. Yes, I would say that it's awesome. Now, if I could possibly ask, I'm sure that none of the game developers is going to hear this ever from me, that none of the devs is ever going to watch this, but if you could ever hear these devs, please add this option as some kind of mod or DLC that you buy that gives the money to charity or whatever. I'm sure that many players would love this version much more than the version that you came up with, and there is nothing personal about that. It just looks too hilarious to miss it. So please add it to the game. Please add it. I would pay for this, guys. I would pay for this separately. Maybe not $35, but I would definitely support the devs or charity of their choice if we could get this. At least it looks less scary, much more awkward and abstract, and I love the concept. Earliest prototype from years ago. This was testing the basic animation principle and the fire blood splash back when it takes damage. Awesome. They always do something that surprises me. Now on to the design. Moving the segmented enemy to a planet that is mostly land had a lot of consequences for the graphics. If the creature was in deep water or sand, then it would be reasonable to have most of the creature hidden below the surface, so you'd only see a few segments above the surface and gaps between them. For example, head, gap, back, hump, gap, repeat, tail. On the volcanic planet, we'd need to show all of the body above the surface at some point, and that removes the ability to have gaps between segments. To start with, I was leaning more towards the Demolisher being much more alien, a creature that's barely biological as far as we'd recognize it. Something potentially nuclear powered that acts more like a force of nature as it scoops heavy isotopes from the soil. There were of course some more conventional options too. Like a giant snail! Love it. All of it is scary. we could implement this. Actually, you could implement this, guys, to make it some kind of caves, but you enter the cave and it turns out that there is some chance that it's not a cave, that it's a monster that devours you and you need to fight away through it from the inside. This gets a bit too dark, am I right? I just want it too much to become survival more than crafting game. Also, love that snail. Snails already look like aliens to me. I don't know if you have same idea. This looks like a snail from hell, the first one, and this is the second snail-like project. Both of them. Awesome. I hope that they're going to keep all of these concepts and maybe use them in the future. I know it's a matter of the animation, of the optimization, but maybe in the future these concepts could still be used. I guess these are butts, aren't they? These are heads and this could be butts. No, these are head shapes. But this would make decent butts, if you ask me. Albert wanted the enemies to be less alien and more Earth-inspired, so things progressed in a direction more inspired by a centipede or millipede. A segmented unit has problems with sprite layering. By default, if a segment is further south than another segment, then it's sorted in front. When sections the body are rotating or turning a corner, then a segment face east or west, the overlapping order changes, so a segment hops in front of another one. A way to bypass this problem is by having every segment separated by a 45-degree slice, so that with Factorious Camera Angle a tile segment can always be sorted under the segment before it. I made a Demolisher model with the 45-degree slices to prove that the overlapping theory would work, but also to prove that it's still possible to get an aesthetic design with this approach. Happy working deranged! Thank you for the visit! Note that even the creature is going north, the head can be drawn over other body parts. This is so smooth. And imagine you kill this monster. Let's assume you are able to kill that monster at some point. And then you try to dismantle it, maybe to get some resources. And underneath you discover that this is a chain of tanks. Would love to see it. Snow, hello! Yep, I'm the Mama Llama. Do you want to be friends yet? Well, aren't we kind of llama friends, acquaintances already? That was a big hit, so a final concept art version of the head was made to give a direction for the materials. Oh my god. Are you going to sell the posters of this? I mentioned already that somehow they could make all of those, you know, the anatomy of the monsters and make each type of monster from the DLC as a poster, like one poster with all of the monsters and their anatomy thing. I would buy this. I'm good at dodging the question. Oh, Snow. Well, I am just not sure what you mean by saying if I want to be friends. See, it's difficult to me to say that somebody is my really good friend in real life. So when it comes to the internet, it gets even more difficult. And it's nothing personal, it's just a matter of the way that we perceive each other, and you know, it's not a full friendship mode. So there is a lot of the how do you call them? The relationships that are not full relationships because of the internet, the parasocial relationships. And I dealt with it, finally. So I can't really say that I can be friends with everyone. You know what I mean? Of course, I would love to have a conversation with you. Of course I do. But I don't think this is enough to call somebody a friend, just like you could call somebody a friend in real life, right? So we can be Llama acquaintances. Definitely, but you know, I am always up for any conversation. If you want to reach me in DMs, I am cool with that. I will be happy to respond to you, to just have a casual conversation, but it takes a lot of time to become friends, I think. So that means no for now, definitely. I thought by now I could ask you to help me move. What? Move what? Move your stuff? Like to help you with moving places? Oh, come on. I've got my own stuff to move. I mean, not yet, because we need to look for another place to rent. It's a sad story. Also, Parkovs, you're from the US, am I right? So you want to literally move your house, just like it's possible there? Like, literally. Actually, I'm really good at packing stuff in boxes that makes the boxes not too heavy, but also keeps the categories. So yeah, I could probably do that for the living one day. But I am afraid that llamas can't fly that far. I'm sorry. What happened to Frostpunk 2? Well, yesterday I had another issue that froze my PC completely. And I was on a branch that was supposed to fix that bug related to graphics cards. And apparently they could have been added a hotfix that may be overridden that fix that they made for graphics cards, or I should switch to the main branch. I don't know yet. There is no information that I have found so far. So I got a little bit upset over that because, well, you know, it's a little bit like waste of time to reset the PC all the time. I can't even have conversation with you guys. So yesterday's stream was really short. Yes, I was streaming yesterday. I was playing Darkest Dungeon 2, and I tried Frostpunk 2 after that, but yeah, it didn't work out. I was like, oh yeah, probably they will have to fix something again. Let's end the stream for now, and that's why yesterday's stream was so short. Just jack it up, put on the trailer and drive it away. Oh, you're EU-based. Okay. Because I know that some Americans can actually move houses, like literally move houses, and this is this is a mind-blowing concept to me that, well, that you can move house, you can put it on the wheels and yay, and you move to another state. But we already had some culture shock situation in which I was asking one of the llamas who was about to buy a house back then if they have checked everything, if they have checked if the attic is okay, does it need some renovations, what about the basement? And they were like, it's Florida, we've got no basement. And it was a big culture shock to me. Brick houses don't move so well. That's right. And the houses in the US are, well, not made out of bricks, right? At least some of them that I have seen. Which is very interesting that you can just move house like that. You could build it wherever you want, and then you can just move it. I would love this kind of concept, but probably it's not gonna work in Europe at all. I don't consider myself attractive llama. I don't know how to perceive that, Snow, but thank you for the compliment, I guess. Let's read a little bit more of the Factorio Friday facts. Sorry for making it so long, but I always like to catch up with the chat. This is awesome concept. Please make it a poster. Please make it a poster. A boring enemy. Wait, which one? The initial demolisher in-game was a basic implementation. The only weapon that was firmly decided was that the face would do impact damage. There were a lot of other ideas floating around too, but it was hard to get everyone to agree on a direction. I can give you an answer. Forward. Forward is the direction for this type of enemy. For a while with the decreed weapon was going to be that the demolisher would have underground children which would pop up like worm turrets and shoot at things. We didn't go with that for various reasons. This left the demolisher stranded in the following state. It didn't have any weapons except for the face hitting you. It was fast enough to catch you without exoskeletons. So if you don't have them and you attract attention, you automatically die. If you have enough exoskeletons, though, it just can't catch you, so there's no risk. It had a staggering number of hit points when combined with resistances. It took about 3 minutes of continuous fire from an automatic shotgun firing at the face to die, I guess, to make it die. Using rockets instead was about the same. The main strategy to kill it was extremely boring. Just run around in a circle for 3 minutes until it dies, or you run out of ammo. If you do run out of ammo, collect more and continue. There were other ways to kill it too, but they are either even slower, but more resource efficient, or slightly faster, but require way more preparation. Overall, very unfun. I started a new combat branch to change the demolisher balance and add some new weapons. I agree to everything as long as they are not explosives. Let's go. Oh, what the hell is going on? Wow. I want this. I want every single version of it. It feels like the fight with a giant boss that has got different stages. So You fight until some point and you think that you killed the enemy, but the enemy is changing and becomes stronger, and it has different types of attacks from now on. So it's like second stage of the enemy that you fight. That would be amazing. But that would be not even survival, that would be like a full action game at this point. Let's go for defenses, let's check. To start, I drastically reduced the health of the Demolisher and reduced the resistances, in particular the flat reduction to damage that makes most attacks barely have any effect. This took the expected time to kill, with a decent damage rate, from minutes to seconds. The main difficulty of killing it now is dealing with the very high regeneration rate of 1500 HP per second. This means that when you're fighting it, you can either beat its healing with your damage rate and it dies quickly, or you can't and you need to run away. Either way, the fight is over quickly, it doesn't waste your time, and both situations are interesting. Assuming that you lose the first battle, you can hopefully retreat and plan a new method of attack. Factorio has a lot of weapons to choose from, so this is a nice opportunity to try some new options. And in particular, this fight rewards you from using different weapons in combination. Landmines on their own might not work, but landmines and turrets might. Defender capsules on their own might not work, but defender capsules plus a prepared poison cloud plus rockets might have a combined damage per second to do the trick. I came up with 11 ideas for weapons that had good potential to be both effective and fun. After talking to some other people for more, we managed to get the list of good options to 13. A lot of the ideas were designed to be used in conjunction, so it included things ranging from flaming blood splashback to flamethrower holes on the sides to subterranean shockwave attacks. With a definitive list of options, there was a meeting to decide on a set that would work together well. We decided on two main abilities. The Demolisher would have a roar or shockwave attack. If the shockwave hit you, you could be stunned or slowed. This would kick up a cloud of ash as the shockwave travels. The cloud would have a small slow effect. The main intention for the cloud can't be disclosed yet, but if Volcanus is your first planet, then the additional effect won't affect you. The Demolisher would seismically trigger volcanic eruptions around a chosen moving target nearby. This would mean that when you're in combat with the creature, there is still some amount of threat. You're not 100% safe just by avoiding the head. It seemed like a good starting point, but Kovarex was away and not part of the discussion, so we just had to hope he'd be on board with the new plan when he got back. As I developed these two concepts, I extended them a little more to work better together. The eruptions changed to be more engaging by showing the place that they will explode ahead of time. This makes more sense graphically, but mainly it makes the whole battle a lot more interactive. The explosion damage can be far higher with the assumption that most explosions won't hit, but that's also great to make them a genuine threat. Now, instead of not caring about your position other than not getting flattened by the head, you actually need to move around as different parts of the ground become unstable. It feels a lot more like a boss fight. If you're underpowered then every explosion counts and you need to dodge a lot. If you're overpowered, then you mainly just need to make sure you don't take many direct hits in quick succession, and only a small amount of occasional movement is needed for that. The eruptions are only used against moving targets. The lore reasons for this is that it detects the vibrations in the ground made by moving targets, so it's easy to aim eruptions at those, and also that it doesn't consider static things to be much of a threat. The real game balance reason is that player health with shields is so much higher than turret health. So if the turrets are targeted by explosions, they die too quickly, and it removes too many strategies from being viable. What about making it a sneaky game? What about trying to... Okay, that might be a strange idea. I think about this DLC as full survival mode game for a while already. And it feels so good to imagine that you can possibly play a little sneaky game with the Demolisher, that you are trying to surprise it, that you sneak a bit, wait for the Demolisher to not recognize you, not recognize all of that how was it called? I can't find it in text right now, but what I mean is that you could possibly cause some vibrations by moving your character, but if the monster is going to check out on this, then you just stand still and wait for the Demolisher to just move away. That would be so fun. But of course that would add another layer of survival, sneaky action, boss fight. And I don't know how much do the game creators want to dive into this. But that's something that is right up my alley, to be honest. I'm really looking forward to this DLC. I can't stress that enough. For the Shockwave Ash Cloud effect, being a stun was either too punishing if you got caught close to the head or near an eruption, or irrelevant in all other cases. I changed it to be more of a persistent slow, but not a slow in the way that other slows in the game work. Instead of being a flat % reduction, the effect is more like a max speed with a % of effectiveness. If you don't have any exoskeletons, then you're barely affected, but if you have loads of exoskeletons, it will take you most of the way back to your natural speed. Keeping the range of player speeds to a slower, more narrow range is an important change for a few reasons. The Demolisher speed can be much lower too, so that the player is always slightly faster and can escape, but the difference with many exoskeletons is not as extreme. Eruptions can form slower and still have a chance of hitting. Exoskeletons are still very relevant though, because even a small movement speed bonus helps you dodge an eruption, especially if you've fired a weapon recently. As part of the branch, I also added various visuals for the Ash Cloud, trail effects, and placeholder eruption effects. This branch was made while Kovrex was away, so we weren't sure what he would think of it. The Demolisher combat was something that had resisted agreed consensus for over a year at that point. Towards the end of the work on this branch, the work started to represent a large investment of hours, which isn't ideal for something that wasn't at all signed off, but deadlines were looming and things just needed to be done. Fortunately, when he got back, it all got signed off shortly before the LAN play testing event, so it was playable for the playtesters. However, there wasn't time for all of my scripted Lua code to get ported to C++, meaning that we had 100 plus people playing with code that was never meant to exist outside of an experimental branch. I mean, yes, of course, you could try to make things better, but if you got no time, then has to work, right? Like, who haven't done this before? Who am I to judge? Territories. The territories system is a completely new mechanic. I designed a system that used Voronoi noise to make distinct regions that demolishers can claim and protect. If you build in a demolisher territory, it will get annoyed and earn its name. The system was built by Strangepan and Janice. Demolishers patrol near the edge of their territory, and you can see these patrol paths from decoratives on the ground. That is work in progress. You can also see demolisher territories on the map. Orthogonal lines mark territory edges, and the demolisher patrol path is close to the edge. Areas with diagonal red lines are the danger zone. But wouldn't that be a little bit of a spoiler? I assume that if you have this area of the map uncovered, then you will be able to see those territories. What about uncovering just the part? Probably it would be too complex to do that. What about trying to make it discoverable only for the area that you visited yourself and you have seen any of the demolisher tracks? That would... Okay, I know, we are supposed to build a factory, not to fight the monsters at all times. The planet's starting coal, calcite, sulfuric acid, and most of the starting ashlands region are not covered by demolisher territories. This gives you a safe area to make a factory and get the basics set up. The starting tungsten patch is in the territory of a small demolisher, so to get the planet's science pack, you will either need to defeat it or engage in some guerrilla mining operations. We're considering adjusting the rules for which buildings in a territory provoke an attack, because we have some options, such as all structures, that is the current rule, active structures, or only mining structures. Demolishers don't have spawners. The whole creature spawns directly on the map. If you kill one of these ancient creatures, then their territory becomes yours permanently. There is no pollution. Demolishers are only provoked by you building in their territory or damaging them. There is no evolution. Demolisher size is only controlled by distance from the starting area. I'm sure this could be changed, but with the variety of planets that they are introducing, with the spoilage, with the quality of buildings and components that you're about to use, this is already a lot. And to add to the variety, it's great that you come up with a set of enemies different for each planet. This is awesome, but I don't remember if they probably mentioned that, but I just lost it somewhere in my squishy brain. I don't know how long they have been working on that, but this sounds like a lot. maybe not for the DLC, it's a lot to handle at the same time. And I'm not sure if they are familiar by making it, if they have experience with making it more into survival experience. I perceive it through survival eyes a lot. Hello, Borb! We are reading Factory Friday Facts. And this is the one from like 2 weeks ago. And I am just trying to perform an analysis on the monsters that have been introduced, that are going to be introduced to one of the planets. And long story short, I don't want to call it, it gives me Dune vibes. It's just a giant worm that can destroy everything on its way. So that sounds like fun. Am I right? I'm okay today. Thank you so much for asking. I hope that you're doing well too, Borb. You said that you're having this long weekend time, right? That you have 4 days off. How is your colony going in Dreamworld? Is it still alive? Alright, let me get to combat testing. Oh, look at this beauty out there. I found many ways to kill all sizes of Demolisher at all tech levels within reason, but for every successful way I found there are many more unsuccessful ways. I was looking forward to people encountering Demolishers during the playtesting event, so I joined different servers to watch the first encounters. I'd estimate that at least 60% of the players survived their first encounter just by panicking and immediately running away. I mean, I wasn't part of that playtesting. I wish it could be, but I wouldn't be invited anyway. Let me read this whole paragraph and then I will respond. For players that tried to fight, I didn't see anyone get a kill on their first try, and only 25% survived their first try. Good one. That's a good one. Every server killed at least one Demolisher, but the ways that this happened were wildly different. Players even found one way that I didn't think would work, but I don't want to spoil successful strategies. The big Demolishers are much more difficult to kill. There are ways to do it early game, but it's not easy and it's a big investment. For many players, I expect them to wait for tech from other planets before killing big Demolishers. Yes, that's a giant sandworm, in a way. Like, it's not traveling through the sand, it's traveling through this, this volcanoes planet that is supposed to be full of lava. They didn't really want to give as many of the Dune vibes, so they didn't want to put it in the sands. But yeah, it's some kind of magma worm, and it's glorious, it's amazing, and it destroys everything on its way. It's like an alien train, literally. Also, hi Hazers. Good to see you today. You can lure Demolishers to follow you and force them to destroy cliffs, but be careful about leading them back to your base. I really enjoyed this part. I'd estimate that at least 60% of the players survived their first encounter just by panicking and immediately running away. I wonder who would use this kind of strategy. I know no llamas who would do such thing. Yeah, you can call it a train of death, definitely. Combat clarity improvements. We're continuing to update the balance, but right now the biggest problem is not with the combat stats themselves, but with transparency and feedback to the player. For example, at the moment, if you out-click a segment, then Factoriopedia shows you the body resistances, but you need to click on the head to see the head resistances. Ideally, all body parts link to the same page, which can show you both sets of resistances. Likewise, we need to clarify somewhere that segments take damage individually, but all damage is transferred to the creature as a whole, which is really the head. Demolishers have no resistance to poison capsules. It's not a hint to use poison capsules, it's just because poison damage is so weak compared to other damage types that adding a resistance doesn't make sense. The problem is that if you test one poison capsule on a Demolisher, it looks like no damage is dealt because the regeneration is higher than the damage of a few poison capsules, even if they hit multiple segments. So the damage is healed instantly and the health bar doesn't even appear. The reality is that they do offset some of the regeneration, but that isn't communicated. If we make the health bar linger for a moment after any damage, then it will make that situation clearer. These are the sort of small adjustments we will be making over the coming weeks. If I started to see the ground move, I'd be running. I think that it's a reasonable thing to do. We want to survive after all, right? So this is a giant magma train of death that was made with the tanks. If you check the previous part of this stream, you will see that. I will try to show it to you really quickly, but I want to finish reading that blog post because it's been like 3 weeks ago. This is pretty much how it started. It was like a chain of tanks. And the biter in front. So the tanks were following the biter. Isn't that amazing? I said that I would love to see it in game, like looking like this as some kind of DLC, as some kind of mod, whatever. Just add it to the game. It looks so hilarious. But yeah, we were getting through many concepts, and I love that. I love that giant snail concept. Okay, I think about Darkwood way too much. A tanky peach. That would be an awesome name, Borp. We should give them some ideas. I've seen Tremors before. Never ends well. It's better to stay cautious about things. My god, I hope that it's gonna shoot with the lasers at some point. It turns into some kind of legit boss fight, and I love this. I'd like it as a creature skin. Yeah! I could also see this in Scorn. Scorn, as in this horror game, this first-person horror game where everything kind of grows. I have seen a little bit of it, but you know, first-person game, I'm getting motion sick. I think that this could work, yeah. Especially if the worm could worm its way through all of that fleshy thing growing. Damn. Yeah, sounds like a good idea, although I am not aware of the full plot of Scorn. So I am not sure. I kinda know the ending, but I don't want to mention that on stream, so I won't spoil anything. Although I don't know that much of the game. Oh, okay, because of the shape. Oh, I get it. I haven't thought of this. Come on. Wait for it. To the horny jail you go. Bonk. Even I haven't thought about this. Okay, let's jump to the conclusions that are definitely worm-shaped in the way. The demolishers aren't finished. Some graphics and other small details are still in progress. For example, the eruption explosions are still the generic huge explosion, but we're partway through a more appropriate lava-based animation that doesn't obscure the player so much. We're also intending for the demolishers to have more sinusoidal motion, but some other things need to be completed first. Unlike other planets, where the expectation is that casual defenses usually win, on Vulcanus casual defenses will usually lose. That's fine though, because generally they are not a threat to your base, only new expansions. Also on Vulcanus, most of what you're building in outposts is sort of free stuff from lava anyway, so it being demolished is not a big loss. There's no need to build perimeter walls, and a typical line of turrets is one of the worst formations you can make because the demolisher will cruise straight down it. From playtesting, there is mixed sentiment on their difficulty level. Some players feel the demolishers are overpowered, and others think that they are in a good place. If demolishers were a conventional enemy, then they would be too strong at the current level, but the fact is that they are not a conventional enemy due to the territory system. They don't attack your base the way other enemies do. Maybe the eruptions are a bit too lethal, but we can adjust that. Overall difficulty seems to be okay because you have a lot of options and you're given the space and time to find the option that's best for you. Without spoiling specific strategies, the broader categories that you have are a good combination of personal weapons with well-executed combat, a static defense strategy that can be reused for multiple territories by luring in distant enemies, import special weapons from other planets, wait for more damage upgrade techs and quality to make all strategies better. Demolisher combat can be fun and strategic. Each one is a boss fight to unlock a new territory. Demolishers are definitely the toughest enemies in the game, when something which at first seemed impossible to kill can later be killed quickly and efficiently due to a well-executed plan. It is very satisfying. As always, face tank every obstacle and leave your thoughts in the usual places. Thank you for that post. That was a lot of fun to read. And we still got 2 articles to read. Oh well. Let's launch the rocket. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. It would be interesting if the worm at your tech... to have the worm as the technology and begin assimilating its body as enhancements. Previously I commented on that in this way. If the first prototype was made out of tanks connected to the biter to follow the biter, then I would say you kill this enemy, you want to use its parts, and then you look inside it and boom, you can see a lot of tanks inside. Oh, wait, to eat the, wow. Okay, that would make sense. So if this could devour your, let's say your assembling machines and then try to adjust it to evolve in this way. Unfortunately, they are not supposed to evolve. They are not expanding either. And if I understand correctly, once they are spawned, they have been spawned and they don't respawn because of that territory system. You have tiny boss fights on this territory system that you're supposed to see on the map, which is a little bit of spoiler in my opinion. But the very, very basic area is free from these monsters. But I see what you think of it, and that would push the DLC even more towards survivability, and I would love that. Although I think that some of the people might not like it, and it popped in my head as the idea when there was a comment. Wait, I'm looking for it. Some players feel the demolishers are overpowered and others think that they are in a good place. So some players might love it, some players might hate it, and I guess, or at least I think it might be one of the causes, that the players who feel that demolishers are overpowered, maybe they are more into building, and there is another group of players that think that they're in good place, like as difficulty level, to fight them because they expect a bit of survivability, and I'm that second group. Fighting biters was always a tedious, awful task, and now there is much more variety that I would be looking for in Factorio if I would look through the game nowadays and would stumble upon Factorio. If I would read about all of these monsters already, then I would buy the game without hesitation. Let's switch to the Friday facts from last week. Number 430, drowning in fluids. Oh yeah. The fluid physics, I assume. Llama-based animation? Well, llamas do not have that many legs, Harkovs. They should require a different type of thinking, like fighting infestations in the real world. I mean, I would love this concept, but probably that would divide the... They would divide the players. I am not a type of player that is going to dedicate all of their time into Factorio, because I like this survivability aspect that I can find in RimWorld and in other survival strategy games. If some of the survival elements are going to be added to Factorio, then I'm all in. Although I know that some of the people just prefer this more like building style, and that might be a bit too much for them. I hope that overall the community is going to be over the moon with all of these ideas, and that they are going to accept the DLC the way it is intended to be. At least my experience so far is that they probably want to make it a little bit more like survival mode game. I would like for them to push it even further, but probably it would divide the player group too much. Oh, sorry, I just read that I might have a bot on my server. Wait for it. Yeah, it's possible. Wait a minute. I'm going to check it. There is like a list of members. Yep. Thank you so much for letting me know. I don't have the Discord window opened on any monitor so I can see it, what's happening. So we are getting 2 kicks for suspicious activity. It is marked on the list of members that it looks like suspicious activity, that there are spamming activities and DM activities, so It's an instant kick. Thank you for your help. My connection to my pawns is too strong in RimWorld. At this point I have a nation of cyborgs. Wow! Yeah, I'm getting very attached to my pawns as well, because I know that I don't want to lose anyone. I know that every pawn has a purpose, and there is this overall drive to survive, if I can call it this way. And also the pawns have your names, and I know that I am going to be called out really hard if something happens to you, even if some deaths seem to be very funny. At some point, when enough of the time has passed, I think about some of these weird situations that I could avoid by being better player, and I didn't. And it sounds fun for some events to happen in such an incredibly weird way. But I won't tell you which events were so funny. You will definitely call me out on this. Mia, hello! Thank you for the reminder to stay hydrated. Yes, I am trying to. Kunuki says, I am builder type of player. I think biters need to be harder. You have option to turn them off completely. So if you have them on, they should be as challenging as possible to be fun. And they are not too fun. Right? It's just a matter of making the walls in the right way, possibly with all of those dragon's teeth. How do you call it? There is a good way of building the walls that could make all of those biters a little bit confused, and then you can burn them with the flamethrowers. It feels boring. The only thing you have to do if you want to expand is to build exactly the same thing. It just doesn't feel fun at all. And in this case, if you need to fight the enemy as tiny boss fight, the enemy is healing itself. This is the whole new level. So at least I have one confirmation from one of the llamas who is a builder type of player that you would prefer for the biters to be a bit more challenging. What about kind of more of the survival mode on other planets? Hacerus simply wants to die in battle against a great foe or become a cult leader. Hacerus, in my game in Salty Colony number 5, all you need to do is to perform the research on all of the entities and the monolith. That's all you need to do. And some research, like regular research, because you're my biggest brain in Salty Colony number 5. So you are not fighting, bro. You do the research. You wanted to do the research, like dark magic and everything. So now I'm going to protect your story, but was fun working. We'll go hit the hay now. Thank you so much, Mr. M. Take care of yourself and have a lovely, lovely Saturday or the rest of your weekend if I'm not going to see you. And happy cooking! There is no glorious death for you, Hacerus. You have chosen to conduct the, dark research, the anomaly research. So you stick to that. You've got void fascination. I can't give up on you. You might get golden cube at some point, so I think that it should make you happy enough. Important
Thank
point is that you
you.
have options to turn them on and off. Players can choose for themselves. That's right. On the other hand, that's a bit difficult in my opinion to make this decision at the very beginning. Because when I was starting out, when I was playing the game for the first time, I knew that I would like to have a little bit of challenge because this is my first playthrough, so I don't want to make it too easy. On the other hand, it felt so bad, so tedious, so annoying to fight those biters. So maybe it would be possible to adjust it during your playthrough. Let's say that as the way to reward you, when you launch the rocket, you can turn on the biters again, or you can turn them off. That would give a bit more of the variety. If you want to fight a little bit, you can do that in the same playthrough. I'll praise the cube. Oh yeah, here we go again. You will have your glorious death, Borb says. It will be historical and shiny and chrome. Yeah. The cube is assembled already. You have been called out, cubists, and now we won't stop having conversation regarding the cube. I got this. Okay, let's start reading Factorio Friday, facts number 430, drowning in fluids. Hello, today we once again dive headfirst into the world of fluids. Back in June, the very same week that we revealed Fluids 2.0 in FFF 416, we were undergoing an in-office LAN party to test the game. As we played, it became apparent that the new system was a little bit too easy. Our novice base had ridiculously huge pipelines that snaked all over the place with little to no thought or structure behind them. We did use some fluid trains to connect particularly distant outposts, but even this was mostly out of habit. A pipeline would have been superior. These omnipipes created a situation where pumps never increased throughput, they only ever restricted it. This was counterintuitive, but also meant that you just never used pumps in the network unless it was to disable a specific section with a circuit connection. Additionally, steering people towards using long pipes everywhere turned out to be a huge trap for fluid mixing, as the chances of accidentally connecting two different pipelines increased significantly. If this happened from bots constructing something while you were on a different planet, then good luck finding the single incorrectly placed pipe in such a huge search area. It was time to search for solutions. Oh my god, I can see that we've got a gift. Borb, you have got a gift sub from Anonymous Gifter. Let's have a bit of hype in the chat on Twitch to celebrate this. Borb, enjoy the emotes for the next month. And even if there is no cube in my emote set, I hope that you will be able to use them and enjoy them. Thank you so much for the support, whoever has gifted this lovely wait a minute, what? It's 6 months of tier 1. Borb, you became a Llama with fancy sunglasses for 6 months in a row. Congratulations! Nice! This is lovely. Thank you so much, whoever has done this, and Borb, what a great choice it was to choose Borp and give them this gift. Yeah. So kind of you guys. Thank you, thank you. Let's show even more hype. Yay! Awesome. I need to add more emotes, even more emotes, to celebrate all of this. Haybrick would look great in gold. I already thought about this a long time ago. And I wanted to make golden Haybricks. But I just wanted to add emotes first. I have way too many ideas and I hesitate way too much with making stuff happen. Thank you once again. Thank you. Remember to use the rage emote as well. This will be very, very helpful. Thank you. All right, let's get back to Factory Friday facts. And it was time to search for solutions. Let's read a bit more. I guess that this is going to be much shorter and then we can switch to this week's Friday facts. The importance of visual feedback. Transport belts are fun to play with because they're extremely visual and interactive. You can see exactly where items are coming in, where they are going, and where the bottlenecks are. All at a glance. By contrast, pipes are almost entirely opaque, and the tiny windows are not enough to give you sufficient visual feedback. This is part of the reason why we went for a no thought required solution to fluid flow. If we are to add a limitation to the fluid system, then that limitation needs to be extremely easy, obvious, and interactive. After butting heads for a while, this is what we came up with. Pipelines are constrained to a 250 by 250 tile area, and exceeding this limit will cause all flow through the pipeline to cease. You can split the pipeline using a pump. The game displays a visualization to show that the pipe is broken and will generate an alert at the locations where you need to place pumps. This makes the problem easy to diagnose and easy to fix. I'm not going to play music this time. It's only 9 seconds. Oh yeah, looks nice! That will sort out a lot of issues regarding, hey, why it doesn't work? Oh yeah, I forgot about the pipe. On the other hand, sometimes it's just fun to look at things and be like, oh yeah, it took me 20 minutes to realize that I haven't placed that one piece of pipe. How old is Factorio? It was released on 14th of August of 2020. Yeah, but it was released from early access, and early access was available for at least 7 years, I think. No. If we speak of early access, it's at least 8 years old, maybe 10 years old. I don't know if 2010 wasn't the start of factory development. So the early access for a while was actually a while longer. But I think that it was worth it. It was definitely worth it. When holding a fluid-related entity, the game displays connection visualizations on visible pipelines that are tinted to match the fluid inside. You can also visualize an individual pipeline by hovering over it with your mouse, in which case you will also see arrows telling you how large the pipeline is. Hey, this is such a good idea. Oh my god. Wow, look at this. Different colors. You can see what is connected to which thing, like which underground pipes are connected with each other. All I would like to ask for would be the colorblind mode. Because I know some of the llamas that are colorblind, and it would be so useful to adjust it a little bit. So the green and yellow could be a little bit confusing. This might look familiar to users of my pipe visualizer mod. Oh, so there was mod like that before. I mean, good. It was released on 25th of February in 2016. I remember that my older brother showed it to me in that year. Oh, that is quite possible, because I started streaming in 2017. It was September of 2017, and I started streaming Factorio in 2018, I believe. Yeah, something like that. I'm not a regular Factorio streamer, as you might know. But this is roughly when I started to play it. It's quite a lot of time anyway. As a final cherry on top, you can also enable a toggle to see pipelines on the map. Yes, please. Go for it. Yeah. Love it. When you're building an individual setup, you still don't have to worry that much about pipe throughput. You connect the pipes and it just works. However, connecting your setups together requires slightly more thought, as now you actually have to worry about directionality and the throughput of your pumping stations. The pump isolated sections also make it much less of a disaster if you accidentally mix fluids. Don't mix the fluids and don't cross the laser beams. Balance tweaks. In addition to the extents, we have made a few tweaks to the balance of the fluid components. Pumps have been nerfed, but this can be increased with quality. Fluid wagons have been buffed. 1 water expands to 10 steam in boilers and heat exchangers. With 3 pumps per wagon, that is 3600 per second per fluid wagon, or about 14 seconds to fully pump out a wagon's contents. This is much more reasonable than the previous 0.7 seconds you could get in 1.1. This is still plenty fast for vanilla megabases, and in Space Age you can increase pump quality if you need even more throughput to feed your legendary foundries. Legendary foundries is something that I might not be able to get ever. The water-to-steam ratio change makes it more possible to supply power or nuclear setups using fluid wagons or even water barrels. The change doesn't affect the power consumption or output of any machines. They just consume 10 times less water to make the same amount of steam. The extents, combined with these changes, have made the choice between fluid trains and large pipelines much more varied. Omni pipes are no longer the one true solution to everything. You can still build them, but they require circuits and are far less magical. Will you choose the near-instant transportation of a pipeline, or the enhanced flexibility of a fluid train? Train. I would say train all the way. Or we can catch the demolisher. We can force it to carry all of the oil barrels, and this way we will get somewhat natural alien train I'm in. Algorithm tweaks. There have been a few changes to the algorithm since it was first introduced. Output rate used to be unlimited, but it is now inversely proportional to the fullness ratio of the sink. The special exception for storage tank flow has been removed. The input rate limit used to only apply when pulling from a pipeline, but now it and the new output rate limit are applied to every fluid flow operation, with the exception of fluid wagons. Something that I failed to adequately explain before is that while there is no limitation on the total flow through a pipeline, in a given tick, there is a hard-coded limit of 100 fluid per flow operation. This limit is multiplied with the fullness ratios of the source and sink to produce the actual flow value. And this proportionally is what allows machines to share fluid more evenly. Machines that update first will still get the greatest share of fluid, but the difference is much more subtle than it was in 1.1. where the order that you build each pipe entity would greatly affect the flow. Which is something that I never considered, which is something that I always ignored, and I was just trying to connect everything together. So still, it seems like for llamas like me, for the noob llama like me, it's going to be slightly easier. The output rate limit is particularly interesting because it makes the fluids feel much more like fluids again. Before, a pump could just push fluid in at the max 6,000 per second rate until the pipeline was 100% full, but now it slows down as the pipeline fills. For each pipeline, there is a certain fullness ratio where the output and input rates equalize, and the level of fluid in the pipe oscillates around this point as the machines do their work. Oh, nice debug view. I like it. If I could see it this way, then probably I would pay more attention to how I build the pipes. By the way, there is something that I would like to point out. The difference is much more subtle than it was in 1.1, but we're still at 1.1 or 1.2, am I right? Never quite done. Well, this is something I can relate to, definitely. The pipeline extends system and balance tweaks were in place for the LAN party, and the reception to them was pretty positive. It has been a long journey to get here, and there is still so much to do and so much to tell you about. What you see is the system as it will be when 2.0 launches, but I will continue tweaking and iterating on it in the future. I would also like to take a moment to thank everybody for their exhaustive feedback on the previous post. Rest assured, I read every single comment, even if I don't respond to most of them. Your passion is a huge part of what makes Factorio such a great game. As always, pressurize your thoughts and pump them into the usual places. I'm not saying this was a bad update, it's just I prefer the story updates and the enemy updates and the survival updates in general. But sounds good to me. Maybe I'm not going to struggle with the fluids that much anymore. It's like yellow. If it works, it works. Just leave it. Do something else, kind of stuff. And now my favorite, probably. I mean, I haven't read that before, so we're going to have first experience, just like with the previous two articles. But when I see Gliba in title, I already know that's my favorite planet. We're going to have my favorite planet mentioned, so I'm all in. I wonder if you have similar experience, if you have similar idea that this planet that introduces the spoilage, that is supposed to be that green planet where you plant the trees and you fight those really weird monsters. Is that your favorite as well? Would you prefer Volcanus, for example, or Folgora, or maybe that mysterious last planet that we know nothing about? I just wonder. You can either speak up in the chat, or if you're watching this on YouTube, feel free to tell me if there is another planet that you find your favorite and why is that. Let's read this week's Factorio Friday facts then. Hello, it's time to speak about more Gliba, some changes and also something new. The Gliba problems. In the last few months, we have been thinking about how to improve Gliba. There was always been this fundamental problem with a biological-oriented planet. Other things you produce in the game tend to not be organic, so it doesn't quite fit as easily as a planet based on making more iron or more electronic circuits. It's difficult to integrate the biological production chains into the rest of the traditional factory, as it's mostly metals there. Finding useful things to unlock is difficult, especially compared to the metal and electronics-based producers like Foundry and Electromagnetic Plant. Sorry. And during the LAN party we had about a month ago, these problems were only confirmed, plus we've realized many more issues in other areas. And seeing people interact with Gliba put a lot more urgency on finding solutions. There is one change in particular which is significant and outlines our approach fairly well. Bacteria cultivation. Please don't tell me that the bacteria is going to have this, this quality as well? And then spoilage? I hope not. One of the key issues on Gliba was that you would be building two factories. One for agriculture, which would eventually output the science pack, and the usual iron copper one, which craft the factory and rocket parts. So the normal crafting tree was completely severed from the organic one. But probably this is only the part of Gliba. This was especially problematic as the agriculture factory didn't contribute in any way until you'd have delivered the science packs to your labs. And as we've learned, it is preferable to attempt to have each step you take feel rewarding and immediately useful. For a very long time we had wanted to add a way to create iron and copper ore via agriculture, but we weren't quite sure how. Getting factory-grade amounts of minerals from plants felt just too unbelievable. That's fair. Although I think that if we want for each step to feel more rewarding, I would say introduce food, introduce the need to consume food with your character in order to survive. But that would make separate issue in itself, especially if you start on novice. Maybe you could eat the fish and then you get to this planet and you have the variety of food that could possibly spoil, or you can save it in your stomach. As long as we can grow pineapple and put it on pizza. Wait a minute, you can mine this? Stromatolites waiting to be mined. What's that? Like this tube-like things? No, they look like trees. This looks like rocks. I guess this is what you want to mine? The idea we've implemented is that some bacteria can be found in swamps where agricultural plants grow. Stromatolites are rock-like objects which have formed there over many years, acting as accumulated bacteria and ore for you to quickly obtain at the start. Yumako or jelly nut can be processed with a small chance to obtain copper or iron bacteria respectively, reinforcing the feeling that there really isn't much in it. Soon enough you unlock the biochamber, and as you are the ingenious engineer, you replicate and grow the bacteria in it to truly industrial amounts. Useless Pony says, I wonder if fish will have the spoilage mechanic applied to them. I wish. I wish that we could just make the fish production as well on Novice. So let's say you get a few of the fishies, you are allowed to put them in one of the places. Ideally you could just dig a little bit of soil and then make a tiny pond to put the fish in there and make them reproduce, so you would have like a fish farm. I don't know how to call it in English, but basically I just have this fish production in mind. But that would make the game much more survival-like, and I would love it myself. But then we start ignoring this concept, this building concept. I am afraid that I would like for it to go way overboard with the survival aspects. I mean, yeah, that looks cool. You can get all of those bacteria thingies. I just hope that there is no quality to them. And look at those cubes. Hey, the cubies. Look at that. They look like jellies. Yum. I would nom this. Harkov says, do you ever burn out on gaming? Tonight I started 5 different games, but didn't play any one more than 5 minutes. It's not like I play too many games. I just get bored quickly. In my case, there is no such thing. Usually it's when I get a bit overwhelmed because the game might be a little bit too hard. Like, let's say in Darkest Dungeon 2 case. But maybe it's a matter of not having too many games that I have played when I was a tiny llama, a teenage llama, so I could just replay the games a lot. Also, I believe that the type of games that I mostly play, which is survival games, strategy survival games, makes it much more, I wouldn't say repetitive, replayable. The replayability value is much bigger. Maybe you could jump into some kind of game, some genre that you haven't played before. Maybe some point and click adventure games, maybe some kind of horror games. It depends on what you usually play. Maybe you just got bored of the genre itself, not the games in general. I don't know. What do you think about it, Harkos? Oh, it's raining! Look at that, I haven't noticed. Cultivating bacteria which turn into iron and copper ore. I mean, that's fine, I guess. Making bacteria turn into ore. Okay, I guess. But I can't stop thinking about this square cube jelly. This results in the agriculture chain being immediately useful for creating iron and copper ore, which you can use for building more of the Glibe factory. And once you've got enough of that, you can just switch it for full-on agricultural science production. As a result, the steps you're taking are much more useful and less tedious. A beautiful little detail is that the bacteria spoils directly into ore. So it's a place where spoiling is helping you for once. Oh yes! I'm going to become an ore expert on Gliba. Just give me all of that bacteria. I will spoil all of it by accident, and we're gonna be rich. We're gonna have plenty of ore. The reward. It's nice when an activity is fun, but it's much better when it's also meaningful and leads somewhere. Obtaining powerful factory improvements is how we like to be motivated in Factorio. There's a handful of improvements to be unlocked by the agricultural science pack, like the stack inserter, Spidertron with rocket turret, or more efficient recipes for space platforms. But there is one specific new technology. What the hell is that? Is that a mosquito of some sort? Okay. Before I read that, let me catch up with the chat. Because we've got conversation regarding gaming in general. Maybe I think it's a combination of not gaming regularly and always have a nagging feeling I have other things to do or have to get up early. And there is an advice. Trim down the options of what you can play. I found a while ago that trying to play popular games equals me having a lot of games I don't like to play, but like to play with friends. I try to avoid popular games myself. Or at least I try to play them when there is less of the hype, that the hype kind of dies off, which I shouldn't really do. I'm a streamer. On the other hand, playing games on release, don't get me started on this. I try to limit what I play because I know once I put a game down, I won't be picking it up again. Playing with other people still works wonders, but it is hard to schedule. Yeah, you've got kids, and with kids, it's really difficult to find time regularly to do some gaming with friends. If you get bored quickly, I would probably try to get games that are available on sale on Steam, that have some kind of story modes and not much of replayability value. and I would just try to enjoy them for the story, the jump scares, whatever you're going to pick. And maybe, I mean, I totally understand that feeling that I should be doing something else. Real life is more important. I can't play games too much. I don't have time for this. But what if you have a game that you don't have to stick to? You know, single player games will wait for you. They will always wait for you. What about the games that don't have big replayability value? So you know that, oh yeah, you just need to put a little bit time into it. But then when you finish it, you can just put it down, as you said, and you don't have to pick it up again, but you have some kind of new experience. What do you think? Kunuki says, Spoil Master. Oh yeah. Spoilage Llamas assemble. Alright, let's read this. This is strange. This is like Mechanitor, I don't know how do you call this. A thing. What the hell is that? Biter captivity. Bioflux is a combination of processed Yumako and jelly nut. I have no idea which one is which. It's crafted on Gleba and it can be used to capture biter spawners on novice. Why would we need that in the first place? A capture robot loaded with doses of bioflux solution and is shot from a rocket launcher. The capture robot latches onto a spawner, and soon enough the spawner is rendered harmless and docile. Oh, so it's just for killing it, right? So, they are not spawning anything? But what about using it for some other purpose? Like you need the biters to catch them, and then you need to send them to Gleba in order to do something about that. It reminds me of just catching entities in RimWorld. I just can't think of it in any other way. Evil Space Monkey, welcome. Your speech-to-text closed captions are hilarious. I am doing my best to try to pronounce the best way possible, but sometimes it's pure gold. Sometimes, yeah. It's much better when the video is available on YouTube afterwards and it gets automatic closed captions made by YouTube. So this is quite accurate unless we got some names that are not present in English language. Let's say Ideal Legion. Ideal Legion was translated to Ideal Legion. But you know, at least I'm trying a little bit to give you closed captions because I have noticed that there is a need for that. I know that my pronunciation is not the best. And maybe this could help with, you know, with my pronunciation, with you to understand me a little bit more as a non-native English speaker. But yeah, Ideal Legion, awesome. Yeah, but at least we got this feature. I am grateful for that. Maybe it's gonna help somebody a bit, and it's gonna help me. I am checking closed captions from time to time, and I'm like, oh no, I'm not supposed to pronounce it this way. And I try to think of some other ways, but this is like a game of Google Translate. But isn't that a bit enjoyable anyway? When I think of it as a concept, it sounds incredibly funny. On the other hand, I know that it was always I feel it that it is my biggest flaw, one of my biggest flaws, my accents, my pronunciation, even my voice in general. And when I think about it for a little bit longer, it's like, yeah, my flaws again. But then I try to think of it as, yeah, it's closed captions. It might not work the best. Maybe it's not me that much. Just maybe. Auto incorrect sounds awesome. Auto carrot. We invent new things. Honestly, unless you speak RP English, text-to-speech tends to fail. Nope, your voice is fine. Funnily enough, my uncle's best friend's wife is French, and she sounds just like you. Bro? What if you're about to expose me, call me out, that I might be your uncle's best friend's wife? There are so many llamas that told me, oh yeah, I've got a friend that has got really, really similar voice to yours. Maybe it's some kind of generic thing. Maybe I just got generic voice. I might or might not be an AI. An AI llama. Oh wait, we can actually do something about that. Once captured, the spawner no longer hatches biters, and biter eggs can be collected with inserters for further processing or disposal. Let me guess, there is egg spoilage, and you can't make scrambled eggs, so why should we use it in the first place? Although this looks creepy. It's like I don't know. It looks like it is kind of parasite thing, like mechanical parasite. As long as you keep feeding it bioflux in frequent intervals, the spawner will remain that way. Otherwise, it goes rogue and returns back to its natural form, spawning hostile biters again. Biter eggs can be immediately used for improvements to agriculture, crafting productivity module 3, or because we felt like the Gleba unlocks aren't motivating us enough, a new laboratory. Yay! Yay! Oh, nice! But who needs productivity module? Wait! No, not the productivity module, the green one, efficiency module. I confuse them from time to time. Productivity module is going to be made into like biter egg paywall. Great! I believe that they're spawning way too much right now. We want the DLC to be released. New laboratory. Oh, it looks like a parasite again. Wow! Combined with some other items, the egg can be grown and hatched into a mutated laboratory. As you will be able to read down below, the work on the graphics has only just started, but here you can see a work in progress version of it. Wow. Wow. Work in progress. You can definitely see the biter spawner underneath and that parasite thing that we have seen in the previous animation. But this looks fun. It looks like all of the drinks are getting mixed for all of those scientists to drink, but this time you're getting biters drunk. to do science for you. Looks like it's basically just a lab with a built-in 100% productivity bonus. Hello, Lauren! Good to see you. What do you think about this week's Friday facts and the two previous ones? The biolab can be used only on Novice, as the organism inside would die on other planets. But in turn, it only consumes half the amount of science packs for any given research. It can process all science packs just like the normal lab. It also has 4 slots for modules. This means it's a powerful unlock, and obtaining it early on should feel quite rewarding. Whether we finally broke the imbalance of Volcanus and Fulgora being clearly superior to Gleba, we'll see. But at least the difference is much, much less stark now. A bit of backstory. You may notice that the biolab above looks awfully similar like the captive biter spawner. Until very recently, that's pretty much what it was. Hey, but I enjoy it. Come on. We had an entity in the game called Synthetic Biter Spawner. We added it because we felt like it would be nice to be able to just place your own spawners anywhere in order to scale up biter egg production in the typical Factorio faction of rows on rows of machines. As we were trying to simplify some things and find rewards for Gleba, the synthetic biter spawner started to lose its significance, and at the same time, we felt like some powerful Gleba unlock is missing. At first, we changed it to be a more universal crafter, giving it the ability to craft novice science packs, solid fuel and rocket fuel, all with a productivity bonus similar to the foundry and electromagnetic plant. The recipes felt a bit forced and the bonus wasn't that great compared to its rivals, but it was something. Yeah, it doesn't sound like a good idea. Also, it would be better for this spawner. How to say this? I prefer it to not be created artificially, but you need to find these spawners and save them just to make sure that you can use them to produce eggs. Along the way, we started dreaming about turning it into a full-on laboratory. The graphics, however, should be far from a proper visual solution, so we've put our heads together with Albert and Irendel, and we decided to make a last-minute adjustment, making a proper semi-organic biolab, which would include more of the typical lab structure. The finished version will be in Space Age on release day. Because this means we've discarded the synthetic biter spawner, we have added a way to craft the captive biter spawners, which you could then place anywhere on Novice you like, so you can still scale their production up conveniently. This technology is unlocked at the last planet, so it won't get trivialized too early, and the captive spawners you make will have their own quirks. Conclusion. Jumping into conclusions. The idea of capturing biters has been in our heads for a long time, and in Space Age since the very first serious brainstorming going into initial prototype. Biter eggs also make use of the spoiling mechanic as they spoil into live biters. The biter-based lab has had many uses before, and we believe now it has found its true form. Over the last month, we've improved the experience on Gleba in many other ways. Changing map generation, cleaning up some graphics, tweaking many, if not all recipes, making the enemies less crazy, adding new ways to obtain resources, and making the rewards a lot more appealing. A lot of the changes are too detailed for the context of FFFs, but we'd like to express our deep gratitude for the feedback from our testers, which has been immensely helpful. Speaking of testers, please be aware that the content press embargo ends on the 14th of October, so if you want to avoid spoilers, please keep in mind as there are no restrictions on what they can show. Captivate us with your least spoiled ideas in the usual places and don't argue whether bioflax is drugs or food. It's obviously Soylent Green. That was quite unexpected but very enjoyable, but at least we got some used to biters. And have you noticed, I would like to put some more attention to one detail. They said biter eggs also make use of the spoiling mechanic, as they spoil into live biters. It makes me think of RimWorld and chicken eggs and the duck eggs and pretty much any eggs that I was putting on the shelves and they were hatching. Novice is going to be much more interesting place from now on. I like it. Let's launch the last rocket for today and we can get back to, wow, to Factorio. Soylent Green is good. It has a minty flavor. Yeah. Oh, Horkovs, you want to watch Soylent Green? Oh, go for it, man. Go for it. This is one of my favorite movies. I can't stress that enough. Wow, Llamas. It took me over 2 hours. Or about 2 hours, 20 minutes. To read full Factorio Friday facts. But I hope that you enjoyed it. Also, I can show you something. Or actually, I won't. Never mind. Let's get back to the game. I forgot that we were playing Factorio. Wow, guys, that has been an experience. And maybe it's good that I have skipped the last 2 Factorio Friday facts. I had to cancel the streams. Just like that. I try not to do that. When I don't feel well, I will try to go live a little bit later, like an hour later, 2 hours later, 3 hours later, which happened a few times. I will try to go with better late than never option, but sometimes it might not be possible. It's more of a documentary in 2024, I would agree. Yeah. I love Soylent Green. I never tried Soylent Green. It's just I love it as a movie. I can tell you, I would rather eat the Charlton Heston version of Soylent Green than its namesake out of Silicon Valley. Please don't use spoilers. Don't use spoilers! I was watching some facts regarding Soylent Green lately, and I think I could post it on Discord. I think that I haven't posted it. From time to time, I remember that I would like to read the book that Soylent Green movie was based on, and I tend to forget about that. Also, I have another book to read that's called I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. So far, I was listening to a video of somebody who is telling the story, that is described in the book, although I didn't have the opportunity to read it yet, like to read the book. I eat Soylent Green every morning. Quick breakfast is good. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how to interpret this. I'm scared to ask. I had malt oatmeal today. I've had some hands-on experience with Factory Friday facts. That was a bit of food for thought. But seriously, now I am so happy that somebody wanted to watch Soylent Green because I was recommending it so much. I can't recommend it enough, really. Especially some of there are two scenes that I have linked. I have found them as the YouTube videos, like fragments of the original movie. And I think it's a quite shocking experience, I could say. You know what? I do have seaweed, soy sauce, and lentils. Oh, wow, yep. Seaweed makes a nice snack as well. I tend to munch on this from time to time, and it's very enjoyable. You know, like fried seaweed, this kind of stuff. It's like salty snack, you can't eat too much of it, but lately I eat more of it because Llama's logic. I thought that I am not a picky eater in any way, but there is a chance I am. I've never seen Soylent Green other than the famous clip. I have read Make Room, Make Room, but it was long ago and I don't remember much, though I do think of it, or possibly a different sci-fi novel that I've confused with it. Sometimes when I throw things away, oh yeah, understandable. I need to admit that sometimes there are books or some kind of series that I have watched or some kind of movies that seem to be very similar to each other, and then I mix the plots of the stories. But yes, Make Room is the original story behind Soylent Green. Soylent Green movie was based on Make Room. Barb says, last year I made some kind of cake out of soy flour and green lentils. Didn't taste good, but it satisfied my hunger. That was probably one of the best Soylent Green that you can ever make. Soylent is a milkshake company out of Silicon Valley. I drink one of their shakes every working morning. It's basically just soy milk and tastes a bit like a milkshake when ice cold. Oh, thanks for the context, Useless Pony. I had no idea that there is such a company in real life. That makes a lot of sense. Are you sure that it's soy milk? Are you sure? Have you seen the way it was made? Soylent is basically a Carnation instant breakfast, but for nerds. Oh yeah, by the way, they're not raisins, they are rat droppings. Is that something that you refer to as in this happened in real life, or are you just joking? Because I might not know if it was in the news or not. Soylent Green is made of green. Definitely green. IRL, I mean, did... Okay, Monkey, did that really happen? What the hell? Oh my god, I am so sorry to ask about it, but what kind of food quality standards do you have in the US? Oh my god. If this really happened, I have no reasons to not trust you on this one, that it really happened in real life, that there was a situation like this, but this is a shocking experience. Startup food quality standards. That's bizarre, to say the least. Oof. Sometimes we don't really want to know what the food is made of, right? The food we eat. And I don't know if it's better to not know or to be fully aware and make a choice to eat it or not. They literally started the business from a derelict warehouse, $500, and a few old laundry baskets. Ooh. But aren't there some, like, building cleanliness standards for food production or anything like that? There should be. I can't believe that nobody... There has to be somebody who was checking that, if the building is capable of making and storing food. If you could possibly, if you wouldn't mind, if you got some kind of article on this, I would love to read it. That sounds just too abstract to me. Oh, there is? You have to be prosecuted first, though. Wait, but being prosecuted means that you are being... There is an assumption that you do something incorrectly that is against the law, and this is when you get prosecuted, right? Do I understand it correctly? There is a standard for how much insects can be in your store-bought salad. Yes, I've heard of that. Also, guys, I think that you have been very effective. I think I am not hungry anymore. Rat droppings too, but maybe there were way too many. My standard would be 0. Yeah, that would be a very nice standard, but we can't ask for that much, I guess. Wow, I need to remember to look it up on the internet and just read some more on that. There needs to be some article on the internet for llamas. And you told me that stealing human puppet hands from people is inappropriate. How dare you? There is a tolerance limit for any contaminant that is common likely in an industrial food marking environment. Yes, but apparently it was very noticeable. Ooh. Optimal versus practical. Oh yeah. Now there is a problem with cadmium. With the same company. Are you sure you want to drink this? Watchdog Group says Soylent's cadmium and lead levels violate CA law? Wait. Let me check it off screen. Oh, California, the state of California. I was wondering what CA abbreviation means. What does it stand for? Because when I see CA, I think of Canada immediately. So please be aware that if you mention some kind of state of the US and you use the abbreviation, I might not know which one is that. For llamas, the standards are lower. Oh, I am offended, Harkos. Llamas should have quite high standards. Don't allow the humans to tell you it's not true. Don't allow the humans to enforce lowering your standards, llamas. Soylent, how I stopped eating for 30 days. Whoa. I feel like it might be a true rabbit hole to me. Thank you. Thank you, Evil Space Monkey, for the articles. I know it's just dumb that some people get all excited about it. Where do you think your food comes from? A magic Star Trek replicator? The real world is dirty. Did you know the vast majority of your vegetables grow in dirt? And that meat is made of animals. Gross, man. Listen, if a llama gets a few bugs mixed in with the hay, that's just extra protein. Most herbivores are opportunistic carnivores anyway. Now it's just not about excitement. It's I know it's not easy to avoid this kind of situations where something strange ends up in your food. But I guess that it happened repeatedly for so long that it got spotted by someone, it got reported by someone. So how bad the food standards would be at that company? Alright, just in case, I'm sure that nobody from the Silent Company is gonna ever hear this, but please don't sue me. I'm just a random llama from the internet that might get a bit of culture shock when learning about stuff happening in the US. And also I am broke and you can't really get any money from me. You can't squeeze anything from me. So yeah. So please don't sue me. Completely. Now I will eat a handful of cow dung and you eat a handful of rat droppings. Let's see who lives. You. First thing I can think of is parasites, diseases coming with all of that. Yeah. I'm not saying Harkevs was being one of those alarmists, it's just that those people. I thought that I said something that annoys you, Lauren. I can imagine that it's very difficult to keep standards so high that no food is contaminated with anything. There are some standards to that, just like you said. But we want to kinda trust the people who make the food, right? Alright, I have replaced the smelting in the meantime, so we will get beacons one day. One day. Lauren says, you know, nutritionally I'd rather eat cow dung than mouse droppings, except that mouse droppings are small and dry, and I could probably consume them like pills with a beverage, and that would probably be more tolerable taste-wise than any way I can imagine consuming cow dung. Why do we even consider this? Why? At least, thank you, Llamas. You made me very, very not hungry. So I should be grateful, I guess. If I could make a choice, that I would probably try to grow my own vegetables and try to eat those. And use the cow dung to just, you know, fertilize the ground. You know, they make poop pills for people to re-establish gastrointestinal flora. I guess that it's highly... What do you call it? It's highly controlled. How do you make these? So I wouldn't be scared if there is some kind of chemical process behind it. No, chemical is not the right word. Biological process behind it, but somebody is taking care of it like a human is controlling it. Is there a word for the opposite of hungry? Not full, just not hungry. Yeah. I didn't want to say full. I'm very not hungry. Sometimes mushrooms for human consumption are cultivated in autoclaved manure. And this is something that we're willing to accept because this is something that happened for many years and I'm not denying that at all. You know, it's nature. On the other hand, if you are supposed to deal with the highly processed food, I assume that I can call it this way, then you want to avoid this kind of bonus products. Being satisfied? No. It's not a good moment to use it. Sick? No. But it feels weird to talk about this kind of stuff. In the case of the poop pills, a human is definitely involved. Yes, biologically. So they are probably cultivating the bacteria that would normally live in the poop that you somewhat separated from natural environment, and you are artificially growing this population so it's different from That's something I would never expect during the stream, that we have a conversation. Who is willing to eat rat droppings more than the cow dung, or the other way around? Maybe we should consider pineapple pizza or no pineapple on pizza. That would be less controversial. That wouldn't kill the mood or the appetite. Straight in the pill in powdered form, yes. I remember reading about this study years ago regarding birth, where it was posted that the baby picked up some of mom's gut flora and from the exit pathway's neighbor. Ooh. I don't remember if it was conclusive or if it went anywhere, but they seemed convinced. Oh, I have read of some kind of theory, or actually it's not a theory, regarding the cells in general, that some... Oh, maybe I shouldn't get into that topic. Let's say that the child's birth topic is difficult to me because, well, I am supposed to start a family one day, and I don't feel like I want to. The topic is okay as long as we're not getting too political. Oh yeah, Borb is right. Also, I have no idea of most of the politics of different countries in the world. You probably have no idea of the politics in my country, and that's okay. Space Monkey says, I like pineapple pizza, unless if the pizza chef is from Napoli. I don't like the taste of blood. You wouldn't even taste it. Because it would be yours most likely. For liking pineapple pizza in the first place. Oh, we're just joking. We've got at least one llama from Italy, so it's not that funny, guys. Let me just try to upgrade random stuff around, because the conversation is just too good. In general, even if it has some strange droppings involved. I want to say they noticed an immune disparity between C-section babies and vaginal births, but I don't know if it was a proven connection. Before the birth of one of my kids, my wife had to take antibiotics because of an infection. The little guy had a lot of stomach aches compared to the other two. Oh no, poor guy. I hope that they are better now. I guess that your son is much older now. Poor kid didn't get the deluxe starter package. Maybe it was a paid DLC, who knows? Healing of the bacteria is definitely bad. It depends on the bacteria that we're dealing with. Some of them are beneficial to our health, some of them are not. And the gut bacteria is one of the most important things in the human body, right? I've heard that every human has different set of gut bacteria, like they have some unique set of gut bacteria. I don't know how true is that. Biology was the topic that I enjoyed at school, but I didn't want to pursue that as a career. I've told you the story, I'm sure. An ex-girlfriend tried to order pineapple pizza in a pizza shop where the chef owner was from Napoli. We got thrown out. Her, me, her 4 other family members. No, I think I haven't heard that story. But I would like to let you know that my memory might be a bit bad at times, so I could have forgotten this. And it's just my brain not being squishy at times. So basically my fault if I don't remember stuff. Yep, go little lazy butt butts. For about 2 seconds there, I started thinking about a mod that somehow did something with biter dropping. First, you need for the biters to have their own digestive system, and if they are aliens, like if they are not similar to Earth type of creatures, then they might have very, very different system. Well, we will get eggs. We will be able to produce the biter eggs. That's all we can deal with for now. He's now 4 and perfectly fine. Oh, good to hear that, Harkos. And I really wish for your son to be as healthy as possible. That it was enough for them to handle back in the day, that they won't have to struggle with the health again. Lauren says, and now I'm thinking about space 4X games and the idea of a barren planet that might not be barren because of all of the bacteria. Gotta catch them all. Try some of those poop pills. Reminds me of some other poop related topic. Literally the poop phone. Many of you might not have heard about this because this is the story I told about 4 years ago, at least 4 years ago. So you might not be aware of the poop phone. That was not my idea. Microbiology is huge, even visible part of an ecosystem, like super huge part of an ecosystem that is actually extremely small. Macroscopic organisms are basically the tip of the bio iceberg. In sci-fi, a barren planet is basically barren because it doesn't have bacteria. Yeah, but what about the planet that actually does have the bacteria that could possibly kill you? The appendix is the backup copy of your bacteria. Oh! You know what's the weirdest part, guys? That we started with Soylent Green. Somehow, we got to the rat droppings conversation, and now we consider microbiology. That's not barren, that's hostile. Okay. Seemingly barren, hostile planet. Wait, what? Useless pony. Useless Pony was watching Cult of the Lamb, Doom, and Shroom and came back to the word poop phone. Okay, now I will have to... I will have to explain. So, I was visiting friends with Laser. As you might know or might not know, Laser is my fiancé. And I had to use the bathroom. We were visiting those friends. And I have noticed that one of them has left their phone. So I wanted to mention that because I tend to leave stuff somewhere. Let's say I might leave the phone somewhere and then I forget where I put it, or I might leave keys somewhere and I need to look for them, or a wallet or something else. And usually I tend to look for this stuff. Where did I see it the last time? So let's get back to the poop phone story. Well, I just wanted to mention, hey, you left the phone in the bathroom. You would be probably looking for this. Knowing that I would be probably looking for the phone if I would leave it like that. And they were like, no, leave it, it's just a poop phone. Wait, what? Yeah, it's an old phone that we weren't using anymore, so we decided to just use Wi-Fi and we browse the internet when we're using the toilet. A poop phone. So it was a shared one, yeah. I haven't seen this kind of solution anywhere else. And I was quite surprised, to be honest. But it worked for those people. I was just genuinely sure that somebody will be looking for that phone at some point. But nope. Just don't confuse the poop phone with the poop knife. Oh no, I didn't. I read that story on Reddit. Interesting, very interesting. To say the least. It's the modern version of the bathroom magazine. In the way, yes. Yes, I think so. I think so, Pony. Laser is my sensor. You heard it here first. Chelsea, I thought you guys already got married like a year ago. No, you have probably heard of somebody that was supposed to get married. One of the streamers that I know was getting married a few months ago, so I was just having conversation with them on stream. Also, there is another llama who has proposed to their girlfriend and they were supposed to get married. Maybe you confused them somehow. But no, since the virus situation happened, we were planning to, but it's just next year, next year, next year, next year, and so on. We have Game Boy Advanced in the bathroom and some Christian books. I'm sure that phone has a great collection of bacteria. And you told me that using human puppet hands is weird. Oh, Llamas. How did we get to this? Maybe I should give you a spoiler what Silent Green is made of. Okay, it kinda started with all of that spoilage in Factorio. Oh no, look how many things do I have to upgrade. But it's worth it. It's worth it. It's just a matter of time. It's just the lazy buttbots needs to actually do stuff. Also, let's take a look at this beautiful llama once again. Oh, those boots. So beautiful. Oh my god. Love it. And there is a bit of shading as well. And there is that little tail. And this is regular chest. Just a chest. Oh no, the bots are transferring all of the yellow belts, but it's fine. It's fine. I am supposed to replace this stuff at some point. I hope that you don't mind that mostly we keep the conversation going. That is completely not related to Factorio. Or actually, well, it is somehow related to Factorio. This conversation just got a bit weird later. But I hope that you don't mind that we just talk about absolutely random stuff. This is regular stream on my channel. If you're not familiar with it, this is how we keep the conversations going, and it's awesome. Warp says, in my RimWorld colony, one of my pawns fell in love with a slave. What shall I do? I know nothing about slave mechanics in RimWorld yet. I just get the prisoners and then I try to recruit them. So I know nothing about slaves. But the basic question that I would ask myself if I would be trying to handle this kind of situation would be, can I afford for this pawn to get possible mood debuff? If the answer is no, then what can I do in order to make those two pawns happy? Is the pawn unhappy that their love interest is a slave in the colony? If the answer is yes, they are upset, then is it possible to make the slave into legit pawn in the colony that is considered colonies, not a slave? Or is it possible to turn your colonies into a slave so they will be kind of on the same page? Because in most cases, I assume that the answer to question that says, can you afford to cause a huge mood debuff to your pawn? I assume that the answer is no, not at all. Well, finally, you're using more bots, finally. That's why I made so many of them. Good for us. Maybe it's going to increase the production. I'm trying to use all of the ways I can. The mood of both of them is over 50%. That's quite a lot in my opinion. Usually I got about 30%. I mean, they are getting married. They obviously aren't concerned about slavery. They don't want to sleep in the same bed. So maybe it's more like a platonic relationship? If it's not physical, at least you don't have a problem with making a big bed and a big bedroom for them. So I guess it's saving up space, right? And probably other pawns are not going to be jealous over more impressive bedroom because the double bed is probably considered better, more comfortable and stuff like that, I would assume. Hey bots, do something. Sometimes the bots just they will just wait. Damn, okay, I need an answer to this question, Borb. Is your colonist pawn upset about their love interest being a slave? If not, then just, you know, is there a need to change anything? I would be very careful to not sell them by accident, because that would probably cause a huge mood debuff. Other than that, I don't know, YOLO. Which we can translate to you only live online, of course. She isn't upset because he's a slave. Okay, so just leave it. They don't want to share one bed, so you don't have to change anything and introduce a bigger bedroom with double beds. They don't have any debuff. His creepy breathing is really annoying her. If this is the only flaw that she sees in him, I think it's okay. I think there is a chance for this relationship to grow in the future. I had to sell them for tax reasons, Space Monkey says. It just reminded me of this very strange encounter I had. I think it was last week during RimWorld stream, where Salty Colony number 5 was dealing with some kind of contribution request. As you might know, Salty Colony number 4 was run on anomaly setting, but I didn't have any other DLCs. The DLCs have been added like 2 weeks later or so, and not all of the DLC options were available to me. So I'm trying to get familiar with Ideal Legions, but I couldn't make my own Ideal Legion. Right now we got one. It's called Cubism, and it's awesome because we praised the Golden Cube, so make sure that you visit RimWorld stream if you haven't already. But basically, I didn't have a lot of options, also including royalty. And there is a royalty event that some people come to you from that Grey Empire thing, and you can get some honor. I don't know why should I work on getting that honor, but let's skip that for now. They have come, and they are supposed to come every year or twice a year or so, and the only thing that you can give them, they are kind of waiting for your contribution. You can either give them gold or slaves. There is nothing else you can give them. I was hoping that I will just give them something so they are not mad at me, just in case. But it turned out that you can only give slaves, which I didn't have, or the gold, which I didn't have. So they were waiting, and then I had nothing to give them. So I just avoided giving them anything because I had nothing to give. Now I'm worried that they are going to attack me. Or something like that. Or that they are going to dislike the handy llamas or something like that. I don't know. This is my first encounter. You can complete tasks for them. I did that once, Harkovs. And it was quite funny because there was some kind of royalty person from this empire that has been chased by... Wait for it. That has been chased by the maddened animal. It was one animal. We were supposed to help them, to protect them from that animal. And in return, there is a chance, well, one of the characters who have been picked to do this task of protecting that person, they will get some psychic powers, if I understand correctly, when we build the throne room. So last stream I was trying to figure out how to build the throne room, but there were so many other things to do that actually I was much more busy just building bigger space, like bigger area for the storage room, for the hospital, and other stuff, so we didn't end up getting throne room this time. But what was the animal, you might ask? It was a maddened guinea pig. Yes, it was extremely scary guinea pig. We have saved this royalty person, and the pawn that I have picked for that was Blady. Blady is our Pope of Cubism, that is our spiritual leader, and apparently something that I haven't thought of before, but with this outcome that would be great to have. If the Pope of Cubism is going to get additional psychic powers, isn't that awesome? But the funniest part was when this royalty pawn was supposed to be picked up. They were like chilling at my colony for a moment because they had nothing else to do, and they started working. They were cutting the... I think that they were cutting the rocks into those pieces so you could use them for crafting different stuff. And they were working on that. Their taxi has arrived. It was great. I have seen it for the first time, that there was some kind of little ship that has come to pick them up. And they were like, yeah, the ship is here, but I will keep on cutting those blocks. And I had to cancel the prioritized work, even if this wasn't me to put them to work. I have no idea that I could do this. And then they were like, oh yeah, they were supposed to pick me up. Okay, bye. Cut my rocks into pieces. This is my last resort. Oh yes. That's a Papa Roach reference. I was listening to this album quite a lot, but I have listened to Getting Away with Murder much more, I believe. Space Monkey, I'm not going to read what you wrote in the chat. I hope that Billy is going to get a piece of coal for Christmas instead of whatever they asked for in this case. That would be much more safe to everyone, to the whole family. Okay guys, I know that I'm not doing much in Factorio, but we have had plenty of really fun conversation, and I hope that this is what you came for today and that we could hang out in a really silly manner as usual. That's the way the Factorio should be streamed, at least in my opinion. So I am very satisfied with today's conversation. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that it would be the best for me to slowly end the stream because my Saturdays are quite busy. And if I feel bad on Fridays, or if I stream a bit too long on Fridays, then it can affect Saturdays, and it's not a good thing for me. So I guess that the best way would be to end the stream for today. At least we had some fun. Hey, come on. And I know from now on I know how to call out useless pony. All I need to do is to mention the poop phone. Yeah, amazing experience. But seriously guys, if there is anybody who would like to watch Soylent Green movie, go for it. Even if you know this spoiler, if you know this answer, if you know this famous quote, watch it anyway. I think that you might find it really valuable as a movie with some of the stuff being depicted there. Yeah guys, I think that today I'm going to end the stream like a little bit earlier on 4-hour mark, a little bit more than 4-hour mark, because I'm already getting tired. And this time it wasn't a great progress for the Agoraphobic Megabase. There are just way too many things to do. No matter what I do in this factory, I think that it's a progress. Especially with all of that upgrades that take a lot of time, because we are suffering from a really severe underproduction of everything. If the production is going to jump a little bit, then we will get electricity crisis. So back to basics again. I will have to try to deliver as much of the ore as I can, then to make it into something else. Oh yeah, you can see that we are not making enough anymore, so maybe there is a way to either upgrade these belts. Probably they're fully upgraded. Get rid of this part. Oh yeah, I can deconstruct that. And in the meantime, I will tell you what's the plan for the rest of this week, as well as what might be the plan for the next week. Although I don't think many things will change, other than if Frostpunk 2 works without freezing my PC. I would like to make Thursday Frostpunk stream. And then I am not sure if there are going to be any other changes, so I would like to invite you to Rimworld stream, Rimworld Sunday 2 PM UTC as usual this week, and next week would be pretty much the same. Thursday with Frostpunk 2 instead of Darkest Dungeon 2, or maybe a little bit Darkest Dungeon 2 then Frostpunk 2. Depends on if the game works. Then Factory Friday with Factory Friday facts if nothing goes wrong. And Sunday with Dreamworld streams. This is something that I would like to keep until I am able to change the schedule. It's a little bit problematic. I can't allow myself to stream on regular basis, Mondays, Wednesdays, and so on. depends on my doctor visits, and that might be subject to change from time to time, and I need to be ready and keep it somehow. I need to fix. Wow, wait! I don't need all of that. I need to fix it. Let's fix it. Drop Dead Gorgeous was a really funny movie, but you might need a certain cultural background to really appreciate it. I'm not sure if I have heard of this movie, but if you could just mention me on Discord and maybe in movies and TV series and just remind me of that, because my squishy brain is not going to remember stuff, then I would be extremely grateful. Also, I need to dive into the rabbit hole of silent drama, I guess. Yeah. That has been fun, and I hope that you think the same. Thank you so much for visiting my channel today. If you have been watching on Twitch and maybe you haven't followed yet, then consider following to get into many other random conversations during Factorio streams and any other streams. I would like to thank Inter a lot for the raid. I would like to thank Migas for resubscribing for a very long time. I would like to thank to the anonymous gifter who has gifted 6 months worth of sub to Borb. Yeah, guys, it's been a lot of interesting stuff going on, at least in my experience. If you're watching this on YouTube, thank you for staying for so long, and consider subscribing or giving a like or thumbs up, whatever you call it, because apparently that helps with the algorithm to push my videos. I still have no idea how YouTube algorithm works, just like in most cases. So, Llamas, I am not sure if I want to rate anyone today. I will try to rate somebody on Twitch. In the meantime, YouTube, have a great rest of your day or night, depends on your time zone. Stay awesome. See you on Sunday stream, I hope. If there is going to be any information, any stream cancellation, I will try to put info on YouTube community tab, cancel the Twitch scheduled stream, or if all of that fails, I will try to leave the post on Discord. Discord is the best way to catch me, so I'm going to leave the links to my social media right now on Twitch, and on YouTube it's in the description box. You can find it very easily. Yes, have a nice Friday to everybody, and it was lovely to have you today. So I say bye-bye to YouTube. Bye, Dark Switch. It was awesome to have you here for so long. Yeah. So take care. Actually, you're not the only one, because I am streaming to Twitch as well. So take care. Thank you so much for watching, and I say goodbye to YouTube, but now Twitch. My dearest Llamas, are we going to raid somebody? Yes, I think that I can definitely visit somebody, and in this case we can go for Darkest Dungeon or we can go for Project Unknown. Very interesting game name, and of course it's a horror game. Damn! Okay, let's go for Project Unknown. It's time to support Nuts, our awesome streamer from Red Circuit Stream Team. I'm sure that you know them already. Let's raid. Remember to leave the message in their chat.